Time to take a look back at one of the more forgotten but intriguing MechWarrior likes from the mid-90s. This is Genome, developed by Distant Thunder and published by 7th Level in 1997 for Windows PCs. Genome pushes real-time 3D simulation over the edge. Actual screenshots. Ooh, yeah, 7th Level were quite proud of this one. Prior to this, they were largely known for a variety of rather bizarre 2D adventures and novelty desktop applications, stuff like Monty Python Complete Waste of Time and Arcade America. But in 1995, 7th Level purchased the developer and the rights to Genome from the financially troubled Merit Software, who'd first teased it to the public in 1994. At that point, Genome was only a conceptual demo showing off Distant Thunder's new engine, taking the form of an adventure game that allowed for cutting-edge comic book-style graphics and characters that looked as though they've stepped out of the comic book and onto your screen. They also boasted of it having an intricate artificial intelligence system that was expertly created by engineers who formerly designed command control. Purchased the developer and the rights to Genome from the financially troubled Merit Software, who'd first teased it to the public in 1994. At that point, Genome was only a conceptual demo showing off Distant Thunder's new engine, taking the form of an adventure game that allowed for cutting-edge comic book-style graphics and characters that looked as though they've stepped out of the comic book and onto your screen. They also boasted of it having an intricate artificial intelligence system that was expertly created by engineers who formerly as though they've stepped out of the comic book and onto your screen. They also boasted of it having an intricate artificial intelligence system that was expertly created by engineers who formerly designed stepped out of the comic book and onto your screen. They also boasted of it having an intricate artificial intelligence system that was expertly created by engineers who formerly designed Command Control Communications and Intelligence, or C3I, for the Defense Department. Yeah, well, that changed. After several delays, what we got in 1997 is a mech game that superficially blends in with all the other mech games in 1997. Inside the box, you get the game itself on a single CD-ROM, a keyboard and joystick command reference sheet, advertisements for things like the defunct in-player network, and a manual that goes into a lot more than it needs to. While I appreciate that it delves into the specs and history of each in-game item, in actuality, this is almost completely inconsequential to the gameplay itself. Genome begins with a G-dang intro video showing a guy having intense monochrome flashbacks. Discovery of a mineral rich uninhabited vital star system. Say hello to your protagonist, retired Sergeant Joshua Gant, who's been brought back into the action due to an imminent threat in the year 2225.
I'm sure you've heard of the discovery of the FIGO star system. Whoever controls this system controls the whole spiral arm.
So we can easily travel between star systems on a whim, but this one particular system is somehow the key to controlling the entire galactic arm. Okay.
Quick, strong, intelligent, and designed for combat. Impervious to pain. Your mission, Sergeant, is to kill the genome and destroy the facility where it's kept.
Yeah, the catalyst for the war are creatures called genomes, hence the name of the game. Bit of an odd choice since you practically never see a genome outside a couple cutscenes, but whatever. After this, you get the main menu where you do menu things mainly, as well as aimlessly peruse the lab database voiced by Jennifer Hale.
Union,
As well as aimlessly peruse the lab database voiced by Jennifer Hale.
Union, score.
Developers. Starting a new game gives you the option to play a single mission, play a training mission, or begin at the beginning. Sounds like the kind of redundancy I would put in my script, but they went ahead and starting a new game gives you the option to play a single mission, play a training mission, or begin at the beginning. Sounds like the kind of redundancy I would put in my script, but they went ahead and did it for me. Thanks, 7th Level. There's also a multiplayer mode, but I'll just be showing single player because I'm the only person I know with a copy of this thing. The campaign training mode is a nice place to start because, that's why it exists. But while I welcome its inclusion, it's not the best example of a tutorial I've ever seen, since it carelessly tosses you into the action and expects you to look up the controls on your own as you fumble around and probably blow yourself up. But if you're familiar ever seen, since it carelessly tosses you into the action and expects you to look up the controls on your own as you fumble around and probably blow yourself up. But if you're familiar with games like MechWarrior 2, Earth Siege 2, or Shattered Steel, you'll be right at home. And those aren't arbitrary examples either. It comes with control layouts that mimic those games exactly, making it pretty obvious where their inspirations lie. Those inspirations continue into the story missions, where you take charge from the cockpit of a giant walking mech. Wait, sorry, heavy armored weapons chassis, or HAWK. Oh, it's cute how all these Battletech Universe clones came up with their own unique 4-letter acronyms. Anyway, as the lead HAWK pilot, it's your job to wander the landscape and carry out objectives by following waypoints and addressing any resistance with their own unique 4-letter acronyms. Anyway, as the lead HAWK pilot, it's your job to wander the landscape and carry out objectives by following waypoints and addressing any resistance with a show of force. Cannons, missiles, energy weapons, shields, turrets, you know the drill. You'll also half the time find yourself with the expected wingmen in tow, who can be given broad commands to carry out, such as following, attacking, defending, and riding along as a passenger. But where Genome stands apart is with one key on the keyboard, backspace. Pressing backspace makes you eject from your HAWK and take matters into your own hands at ground level. This is not only helpful for making an escape when your HAWK is toast, but it's also a legit strategy. It is entirely possible to eject during a firefight, shoot your opponent with a grenade that forces them to eject from their vehicle, then drop down and snipe them before they can get back inside. And hey, since they're not using it anymore, just jack their ride and proceed in disguise with your shiny new hardware. That's right, say hello to Grand Theft Mech, or Grand Theft HAWK, you know what I mean? Run around with your teammates shooting people in the face, infiltrate buildings and bases, and jump inside any empty vessel to use it against them. It reminds me a little bit of the game Corn Top 3D in this respect, where you can hop out of your plane to blast aliens and carry out missions on foot between flying. Unlike that game though, the on-foot stuff in Genome isn't just a tertiary feature. It's how you play a significant chunk of the game. Many missions on foot, and jump inside any empty vessel to use it against them. It reminds me a little bit of the game Corn Top 3D in this respect, where you can hop out of your plane to blast aliens and carry out missions on foot between flying. Unlike that game though, the on-foot stuff in Genome isn't just a tertiary feature. It's how you play a significant chunk of the game. Many missions have you starting on foot, sneaking into an enemy base, disabling. The on-foot stuff in Genome isn't just a tertiary feature. It's how you play a significant chunk of the game. Many missions have you starting on foot, sneaking into an enemy base, disabling their defenses or opening new pathways, and stealing one of their rides to proceed. And I've got to say, this is the entire reason that Genome is worth playing. Because otherwise it's a bit mundane. When you're not boosting mechs, tanks, sentries, and hovercrafts, you're mostly just doing a lot of really slow, cumbersome travel. Don't get me wrong, I know that spending a lot of time getting from point A to point B is part of the course in games like this, but Genome in particular manages to make piloting a 50-foot tall robot pretty boring and irksome most of the time. For one thing, you can only traverse flat, wide-open scenery. Don't even think about walking on hills, or near hills, or through robot pretty boring and irksome most of the time. For one thing, you can only traverse flat, wide-open scenery. Don't even think about walking on hills, or near hills, or through water, or anything that even looks a little bit strange. You don't get any auto-aiming either, so you're left with the fidgety joystick and keyboard controls for everything, which half the time I found either too sensitive or confusingly unresponsive. There's also very little in the way of systems management to attend to when you're Hawk. You have basic shields and a throttle, but nothing in the way of rerouting energy to other systems, making minor repairs, or customizing loadouts. Hawks are all treated as disposable, which I can understand since you're meant to be hopping from one to another as needed, but it prevented me from feeling any connection to my machine since I was never looking forward to earning my next upgrade or worrying about keeping it intact since there's always another Hawk right around the corner. Genome is much more of an arcadey mech game in this respect, and while there is nothing inherently wrong with that, I felt that it made each mission feel isolated and left me feeling apathetic to the experience as a whole. And the ending is pretty weak too, with one of those annoying cliffhanger post-credit scenes that makes you look forward to a direct sequel that, of course, the developer never finished. Genome ended up selling badly and received middling reviews at best, with the intended real-time strategy spin-off, Dominion, being sold off to Ion Storm before it was completed. It was eventually finished and released by them as Dominion Storm over Gift Free in 1998, while 7th Level burned itself alive with a merger gone wrong that same year. Still, despite its average gameplay and non-existent legacy, Genome has a charming sensibility to it that kept me curiously puttering about for a good handful of hours. It's not just the mech-jacking aspect, I also love the mid-90s sci-fi atmosphere it provides with its low-res texture mapping and muffled ambient sound effects. And I appreciate its occasional touch of humor, like when you're a passenger in a vehicle, this relaxing news act plays as the carnage rages on outside. And finally, I simply enjoy any game with mechs, or hercs, or hawks, or whatever it happens to call them to avoid a lawsuit. Computer games with giant robots like this make me happy, even when they're as pointy and low-res as Genome. Admittedly, it's not much to look at, even for 1997, with its lack of hardware acceleration and limited 256-color graphics, but even in our time of copious retro gaming throwbacks, very few seek to mimic this chunky software rendering with its warping textures and dithered shadow blobs. So while it's sold badly enough that running across a copy is highly unlikely, especially when complete in box, I'd still say Genome is worth checking out if you get the chance, if only for the experience of forcing an enemy to bail, stealing their mech, and stomping them to bits with it as you admire its jagged aesthetic. And a big thank you to Joseph, aka Fusiontron, for sending me this box copy of Genome years ago. I've been meaning to cover it forever, just now getting around to it, so I hope you enjoyed. And if you did, there's other videos coming every Monday and Friday here on LGR. And as always, thank you very much for watching.
Alright guys, welcome to the Not For Hire YouTube channel. Today we're back here with Jolly Green, and we're gonna get running today. At least I hope so. But first thing we're gonna do, burn all the fuel out of these things. The gate. I could just and I've been moving the filter, it's nasty. So as much as it kills me to not be able to start this thing. Back off the nappa. There's a mouse nest in there, so I'm gonna suck it out. On one is completely. And I'm just gonna give it a quick coat of paint. Okay. Woo! Here. So, broken. Oh, I got the ground strap. It's not done. I put the ground strap on, and then I got the other set of cables that were hooked up here, and I got the battery charging. And then I'm gonna see how it turns over now that all that crap is gone, and the starter's a little more lubed up and refreshed. We'll charge this up. I'm gonna pick up all these tools and lower the cab. And see if she whirls over. Okay. I did put a strap on this too, because you guys said that the cab could fall forward, like actually fall forward, so I put a strap from there to the stack support. Here we go, Jolly Green attempt number 16. Woo! It runs. Alright guys, it started. I shut the key off and it didn't shut off, or at least maybe it did, but it took a while, so I'm really afraid to turn it back on. I'm assuming it just ran out of fuel and it didn't suck up in the tank yet. I don't know what to do here. Alright, let's see if I can get it run longer than a few seconds. Get the fuel out of here, and then when I plug that up, get basically no fuel out of that back hole where the shut-off solenoid goes. So, not sure what that means. That's how fuel's supposed to go out of there. That's better. Finally! Oh man, it turns out I think it was a blockage. I mean, I blew it out twice, but I think a blockage was between the screen and the governor system. And then the last time I blew it out, I think I finally got it out. And this thing fired right up. So, Oh, man, am I glad that's over. Jeez. All right, let's, I really like to see the oil pressure. So before I start again, I'm going to put the cab down, see if we got oil pressure. What a freaking beast.
Get better and better.
Like, ran out of fuel. I shut it off, it ran out of fuel, but whew, all right, I gotta take off this this fuel separator and everything, so I think we'll save it for the next let's see, airline. We'll save it for the next video. Oh man, I'm so excited. It's only running a few seconds, or a minute now. Still very fast. So no, the pressure's good. All right, guys, that's gonna wrap it up for this part of the Jolly Green Giant, the cab over. Just want to give a huge shout out to JC Smith Projects here on YouTube. I annoyed the crap out of him, and he kept answering me, and he really helped me out a lot with this project, getting started and everything. So go follow him if you aren't already, which I'm sure he is. So I'm sure you are. Also, shout out to a couple other YouTube channels. Twin Stick Garage, he actually gave us a follow. Bubbles 8V92, he gave us a follow. I know you guys recommended Gentry and Sons, but I actually already subscribed to him. I love watching Tim and Braxton going out there and getting in the trucks and raising all kinds of hell. It's a good time. And one of my personal favorites right now, since I got this truck, I just subscribed to him, FSC Speed Shop. Stephen Orwell. I love watching Orwell go down the road and do good, honest work. And Steve seems like a really good guy. And he seems like a lot of fun. But so yeah, go give those channels a follow. They have a lot more subscribers for me, all of them, than me, so they don't need my endorsement. But just really good channels of guys that actually get stuff done. And let's see. Oh yeah, don't forget to go check out NotForHireSquareBody.com. Get yourself some cool stickers. Even though there's not much left, not many left, but.
It's crazy to think that Windows XP is going to celebrate its 20th birthday on October the 25th this year. And I can still clearly remember lining up at 8:30 a.m. on a rainy Saturday morning with a few other nerds in October 2001, waiting for PC World to open to pick up my copy on launch. And being based on the Windows NT core, XP brought rock-solid stability and features like memory protection to the home Windows user for the first time. And Windows XP hung around for a very long time, still being supported by Microsoft until April of 2014, almost 13 years after its release, and they had to drag corporations kicking and screaming onto Windows 8. But Windows XP wasn't meant to survive for that long, and Microsoft were already working on its replacement before XP even shipped, with news about XP's successor already making the tech headlines in the summer of 2001. A release codenamed Windows Blackcomb was supposed to be the next major release of Windows that was supposed to be released in late 2000 in the summer of 2001. A release codenamed Windows Blackcomb was supposed to be the next major release of Windows that was supposed to be released in late 2002, only a year after Windows XP was launched, bringing with it full .NET user experience integration with various web services and a new advanced storage system called WinFS. They eventually realized this was a bit too ambitious for a year's work and started working on another interim version. Codenamed Windows Longhorn, this was now meant to be released in late 2002 to fill the gap before Blackcomb could be ready for release by 2003 or at the latest 2004. And I still remember seeing concept videos and reading all about this amazing new version of Windows on Usenet and websites and being really excited about the early demos and mock-ups that were out there. Unfortunately, the project was met with feature creep and so many problems that Microsoft felt like they'd lost complete focus on the project as a whole. So much so that actually in late August of 2004, Microsoft announced they were scrapping all the work that they'd done over the last 3 years and starting afresh. This new second version of late launch videos and reading all about this amazing new version of Windows on Usenet and websites and being really excited about the early demos and mock-ups that were out there. Unfortunately, the project was met with feature creep and so many problems that Microsoft felt like they'd lost complete focus on the project as a whole. So much so that actually in late August of 2004, Microsoft announced they were scrapping all the work that they'd done over the last 3 years and starting afresh. This new second version of Windows Longhorn was renamed to Vista, and 2 years later, it was finished, and we all know what happened there.
How bad is this? Be honest. Is this Windows Vista bad?
And a lot of the concepts and ideas that we saw in Longhorn ended up being scrapped or delayed, and lots didn't make it into the final version of Vista. And there are image files of Longhorn that you can download from all over the web. I will link up a few in this video's description, from both pre- and post-reset. And for the first one, I thought I'd test it out using real hardware. Now, I've got a tiny PC here that is period correct. This was made in August of 2001, and I've got to give a big thank you to Gareth Williams, who actually gave me this machine, and also a lovely Pentium 1 that will feature in a future video at some point. In return, he just wanted me to give a shout out to Bronak and Layla, who are apparently big fans of my channel. Thank you, Gareth. And this is a Celeron-based machine, originally shipping with Windows Millennium Edition, so I don't think we're losing much if I reformat the hard disk in here. And also it's rocking dual CD-ROM drives in here. One of them is actually a CD writer, so this must have been a bit of a beast for copying music CDs back in the day, I imagine. And I've installed the earliest version I could find on here, which is actually build 3683. Now there are earlier versions, but I believe this is the earliest one to be leaked onto the web. And to do this, I had to set the BIOS date on the machine to be September of 2002, as these releases actually have an inbuilt time bomb, which stops them working after a few weeks. And at this early stage, you'll see that it actually looks very much like Windows XP in most, as these releases actually have an inbuilt time bomb. This is the earliest one to be leaked onto the web. And to do this, I had to set the BIOS date on the machine to be September of 2002, as these releases actually have an inbuilt time bomb, which stops them working after a few weeks. And at this early stage, you'll see that it actually looks very much like Windows XP in most ways, and even identifies itself as Windows XP on the installer and the boot screen. Until we get to the logon screen. As you can see here, it is a different color theme to the Windows XP logon. And we can see there, Microsoft Windows codenamed Longhorn. And one big change is the fact that we get a clock and the date in the top right corner. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we actually got the time on the Windows login screen for another decade or so until Windows 8. So that was actually quite handy to see there. And then if we click on the user account here, Longhorn, it will then boot into the Windows Longhorn desktop. And I've got to say, on real hardware, this thing does run quite slowly, so I might have to do a few edits in this video. And now we see the Windows Longhorn desktop for the first time. Again, very similar to Windows XP. You've got the recycle bin in the corner there that is the same logo as XP. We've got this custom wallpaper, which is pretty cool, with the Longhorn logo in the corner there, saying this is a Milestone 3 build. And we get the build information down here. We're running build 3683. And as you can see, there are some differences from XP already, including the color theme. Now, as you can see here, the start menu is kind of this light blue color. This is called the Plex theme. So if I right-click on here, we can actually see a menu that's kind of got some nice glowing effects here as well. They look quite different to the Windows XP menus. If we go on properties here, it should bring up the new desktop display properties. And as you'll see, these look very different from the standard control panel that we get in Windows XP. And we get this full screen visual preferences panel. We do have an option down here to use the classic display control panel. It says, and this is under heavy construction at the moment, and it might not be that stable, so you can change it back to it if you want. But here we can look at the desktop background settings. And obviously this is an early beta, and there are bugs in here as well. As you can see, there are certain files that it couldn't find, and commands are not working by the looks of it. But then if we go into the picture or wallpaper section, we should be able to change our desktop wallpaper. And we can see the new wallpaper control panel interface here with a selection of sample pictures that are included, including the Windows XP one. I think a lot of these are actually in XP as well, like Tulips, I remember that one. But maybe a few new ones in here. We'll stick with the Bliss Longhorn wallpaper for now, though, I think. And the start menu looks very similar to Windows XP. The only difference I can instantly see is the All Programs link here is written in this massive font, probably to make it easier to find. And we have all the usual things, Internet Explorer, Outlook Express, MSN, Windows Media Player, Windows Messenger, rest in peace. Something I don't recognize from my Windows XP is My Hardware, so we'll check that out. And as you can see, this is actually like a graphical version of the Windows Device Manager. We can see the devices the drivers have been installed for by default, including the AC97 audio controller. For some reason it appears twice. We have the integrated Intel graphics, my mouse and keyboard here as well. And when you click on them, you'll see that actually gives you options to manage a device, to a Windows update, I imagine, to find new drivers. And it appears like they change depending on which one you click. Like here, if I click on the graphics controller, we get the option to change the screen resolution and the background too. And the user directories are still under the Windows XP naming conventions, my documents, my pictures, my music, and so on. But if we click on my computer, you can see there are some subtle differences from the XP Windows Explorer here. We can see the window titles are actually centered on the top of Windows, and the main change that I can see here is we have this disk space indicator below the volume name, which obviously was introduced with Windows Vista and still in current versions of Windows today, but obviously not something that we saw in Windows XP. And if we go into My Pictures, you'll notice that we get this nice welcome pane on top of the window with their graphics on here representing what the folder is about. Like on this one, we can see its images and videos. And there are also some buttons here as well for viewing a slideshow, creating an album, and burning a DVD that don't currently work, but I imagine the plan was to probably turn these into hot links so you could click them and it would launch a relevant program. And we see a similar graphic in My Music as well, showing things that we probably do with music programs here. And of course, the Windows sidebar was a feature that we saw in Vista for the first time, but actually the sidebar debuted in Longhorn. Now, as you can see, it's not enabled by default in this build, but if we go into the taskbar and start menu properties here, and then we can enable the sidebar, and it will appear same as in Vista on the right side of the screen. And it has a nice transparent theme. As you can see, the wallpaper is visible through the sidebar, kind of like a prototype Aero a bit. And there are also some gadgets that we can install, which it calls tiles in here. So if we had a tile, I can put a clock in here. There you go, with the Longhorn logo on it. There's a few more we can do. A quick launch bar, which is a mirror of what you would normally see next to the start menu. We can have a slideshow with the images in My Pictures folder. We have a workspace manager tile as well, which can give us 4 virtual desktops, and you can click between them using these buttons here in the sidebar, which is very handy. And we can even move the start menu over to the sidebar as well. Now, if you do, it actually disappears from its usual location in the bottom left of the Windows desktop. But you click it from here, and it will instead bring up the start menu from the sidebar. Now, over the years, I have read that the Windows Longhorn betas are incredibly unstable, but I've got to say, running build 3683 on this Celeron-based machine from the era, it actually runs pretty well. I've not had any blue screens or any crashes so far, apart from the odd unimplemented feature. But I thought we'd try a later build. I'm going to pick what's commonly regarded as the best build of Longhorn before the reset, 4074. And to do that, we're going to run it inside a virtual machine, and I'll talk you quickly through installing it in VirtualBox. And just before we do, let's take a quick second to give a massive thank you to this video sponsor. This is us, and to really get you funding. You can do it now, and if you're on 4074 in VirtualBox, there is actually a distribution of Longhorn 4074 that is an enhanced version with a few bug fixes and third-party software installed that you can download. That is actually quite simple to install in virtual machines. It's got stuff like the time bomb and stuff disabled. So if you want to download that, it's called Sigma OS, and you can get it from archive.org, and that was released back in 2013. So that's worth a look. It has some enhancements in there, some different themes installed, and some third-party software as well. But quickly in this video, I will show you how to install the stock version of Longhorn 4074. As you can see, I've already done it here, but we'll do a new machine. I'll just call this LH. We need to configure it as Windows XP 32-bit, and I'll increase the RAM to 1 GB. I've got plenty on this machine. Yep, 10 GB is fine. Keep it as a VDI. Dynamically allocated is fine. Yep. Whiz through all that, and then we need to select the ISO file to boot from. So the CD image that again I will link to in the video description. Now the good thing about build 4074 is that actually the time bomb is faulty in it, so it should still install and run just fine in 2021. So I've got it there, and now we can start the machine. And as you can see, this is a much later build than the version I showed before, so we've actually got a proper graphical installer, and it actually brands itself as Windows Longhorn. So we continue through this. And now you will need a product key. Again, these can be found all over the web. And actually, if you install Sigma OS, instead of showing this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it actually displays a product key in there. So when you've entered that, you can just continue working your way through the installer. When it asks where to install Windows, click on there, and then you'll be able to select a drive, which will be the virtual drive that you made before. We'll say yes to all that. And as you can see, the countdown there in the corner, much less than the 45 minutes or so it took to install the earlier build on my tiny PC, as that was a lot more based on the Windows XP installer. Then after a couple of minutes, it will ask to do a quick reboot. And now it will try to install some plug-and-play drivers. It says here that it will take up to 10 minutes. I found it usually only takes a couple of minutes though. And a couple of minutes later, you will land on the Windows Longhorn 4074 desktop. Now, I've actually took the time to install a few third-party programs in here as well, and a few additions that we'll test out in a moment. But this is what it will look like when you land on it. And as you can see, there are instantly a few visible differences over the earlier 3.x builds, including a different start menu design here. You just have the Windows logo on a black background. And if I click that, it does kind of look like a hybrid between the Windows Vista and the Windows XP start menus. A little bit more streamlined than the XP version, and the All Programs option there is down to a normal size font. And the sidebar appears on first boot as well. And the transparency effect from the sidebar is missing from this version here. But there is actually a way to get Aero running on this build of Windows Longhorn. Now, unfortunately, I've been trying to get it working for about, actually almost 2 hours now in VirtualBox here. And yeah, this is actually the time, it's 1:35 a.m. I want to get this video released in the morning, and I've got to be up for work in about 6 hours. So unfortunately, I can't spend any more time trying to get that working. But apparently, you might be a bit more in luck trying to get that running in VMware, which unfortunately, I don't have at the time of recording this video. You need F3D acceleration and, DirectX enabled as well. So I tried to get it working in here. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to play ball in VirtualBox, but it is in there somewhere. If you want to experiment and get that running, I'll try and find some instructions. But as you can see here, the sidebar is quite different to the earlier version. We have the clock down here in the bottom right of the screen. If we click that, it will bring up a rather nice looking calendar widget here. We also have some other options here. We have a search bar. So if I type in, for example, a program that I know will be on here in Notepad, and we can see the different look to Windows Explorer in here as well. Now, it gives me some different options here. Unfortunately, in my stuff, it couldn't find Notepad, so maybe that's not implemented or running properly. We have a favorites button there, so you can add that to your favorites lists. Here we have some Windows notifications, and as you can see, they look very different to both Windows XP and Windows Vista, quite a unique style there. We have a couple of programs here. Internet Explorer is installed by default. If we stop this page, which will no longer exist, and have a look at the version number, this is version 6.05, and we should be connected to the internet. If I try google.com. And the page took quite a while to load, but actually we did get there in the end about a minute later, and Google does appear to work in here. So if we try to do a quick search. There we go. So we do have internet connectivity in here. Obviously, it probably won't work with many modern websites, as Internet Explorer 6 and Windows XP wouldn't either. With developments in HTTPS and new internet advanced security since the early 2000s when this was made, I wouldn't expect to get very far with this. And if you try and do a modern website, for example, try looking at the current version of YouTube, we'll probably get a security error, I imagine. Yeah, and as expected, YouTube now requires 128-bit connection security, which is not present in this version of Internet Explorer. And if we check out my computer, again, as you can see, it is a very different design to the earlier build, and also what came later in Windows Vista. Although the folder icons have a bit more in common with the Vista-style icons than Windows XP here. And as you can see, the naming convention is more in line with Vista as well. Rather than being My Music and My Documents, it's now just Documents and Music. And if we open the Documents folder, as you can see, the top part of the window has done this blue color, and we can see a faded document in the background. And actually, each different window that you open from your local user folder has a different color gradient in there. Music, for example, goes red, and we can see music symbol in the background there. Photos goes this kind of maroon color. And again, we get these options here that don't seem to work again, but I imagine the plan was to make these clickable buttons at some point. And also in this build, the menus and control panels have gone a bit more in line with the Windows XP appearance again. For display properties, they've done away with that full screen preferences pane that we had in the earlier build, and it's back to pretty much the same that we had in Windows XP. And the theme that we've got here is called the Slate theme. We can change it to Windows Classic, or the Windows XP Luna theme is in here as well. We have one called Jade as well. I'll try that one. Which just makes it a bit more of a kind of light blue color here. We'll put it back on Slate for now. The screensavers, yeah, not much new in here. We have a photo and video slideshow, the Longhorn screensaver that shows the logo there. Bunch of backdrops there. That's a new one, isn't it? Yeah, and the Bliss one that had the Longhorn logo in the earlier build is now just this nice picture of some leaves. And if I quickly do a Control-Alt-Delete from VirtualBox, you will see that this is very different to any other version of Windows. We get this animated menu that pops up here, giving me the options to lock this computer, log off, open the Task Manager as well. So this is a very different design to any other version of Windows. If we start the Task Manager, as you can see again, quite similar to Windows XP here, not much new. And I did install a few third-party programs as well, including some Microsoft programs. I've installed Office XP in here, which I imagine will work just fine. And I also installed a old version of Photoshop as well. So we'll try Photoshop version 5.0, which appears to launch just fine. And we'll do a new window in here. We can do some gradients in here, paintbrush effects, and this appears to work just fine as well. As you can imagine, a lot of software that's designed for Windows XP is going to run just fine in here. It actually appears to be really stable. I imagine software made for Vista will not run because this is obviously identified as an earlier version of Windows NT than version 6.0 as Windows Vista was, so anything looking for Vista would fail. But these programs appear to work just fine. Microsoft Paint is in here too. Again, not much different to other versions of Paint. The calculator there as well, looking very much like the Windows XP calculator. MSN Explorer that you might remember from Windows XP. And even Winamp that I've installed in here as well. Even though the web server isn't up anymore, as you can see, it does launch and open just fine as well. So, it would actually be possible, if you were a bit crazy, to get some work done using this build of Windows Longhorn 4074. As stuff like Microsoft Office and Paint and stuff appears to work in Photoshop, admittedly older versions, but really you don't want to use Longhorn as your main operating system. Even when it was released, this is very much beta software, and obviously it got completely discontinued and rebooted very shortly after this version. And even Windows XP is not really usable as a main operating system in 2021. So having this, is unpatched and very much a pre-release version of Windows. Definitely not recommended, but it's good to know that actually, from everything I've read about Windows Longhorn, I've actually found that my experience with it has been better than I thought it would be. These early builds are actually quite stable on the machines I've tried them out on. So I'd love to know your thoughts on Windows Longhorn. Were you excited for it back in the day like I was? Have you tried it recently? Are there any other builds of Longhorn that you've tried out that maybe I should demo in a future video? Thank you very much for watching this video. And just a quick reminder that I do a weekly
across the world.
there's this
Here's one of those games I wish I knew existed back when it was new. Just take a look at it. Star Wars Droid Works, developed and published by Lucas Learning in 1998 for Macintosh and Windows PCs. Yeah, that's right, LucasArts had a spin-off edutainment arm for a while, headed up by former edutainment veteran Susan Schilling, who'd just left Mech after the Softkey buyout. Lucas Learning's first title was DroidWorks here, but it was quickly followed up by the likes of Star Wars Pit Droids, Star Wars Math, and Star Wars Jar Jar's Journey. Alright, so they weren't all destined to be classics, but DroidWorks managed to stand out. I mean, just look at this fantastic packaging, with all its indulgently embossed holofoil cardboard goodness. The front, the back, the sides, the end pieces, and the fold-out cover are all ridiculously shiny and reflective to the point of distraction. It actually kind of makes it hard to read the advertising copy, but whatever, man, this is Star Wars, so you can probably guess 90% of its contents right off the bat. Speaking of contents, inside the box, the first thing you get is an ominous red paper telling you how annoying it is to get the game running on an iMac. Yeah, I almost forgot, DroidWorks was one of the applications designed to launch alongside Apple's iMac. They were pushing edutainment pretty hard.
Some math and some history software. Again, edutainment and educational coming back to the Mac.
You also get the game itself on a colorful CD-ROM alongside a jewel case manual that's also printed in full color, and I approve. It's quality stuff all around when it comes to the packaging and box contents, and I wish I could say the same about the game itself, but yeah, time to quit stalling and jump right in. DroidWorks launches with the typical LucasArts launcher of the time, followed by some logos and the obligatory but always welcome Star Wars opening crawl.
The Rebel Alliance must find this secret factory and reprogram the assassin droids.
This young rebel makes an excellent job, don't you agree, R2? R2 is right. Now visual disguise is in place. We should begin immediately.
So apparently Imposter 3PO and Low-Res R2 have captured some height-challenged rebel and dressed them up as a Jawa, and this is the character you play as. Not that it matters, since you'll never see them again, but yeah, the whole point is that you're a Jawa in disguise, off to thwart the Empire's plans by way of droid construction.
I am Winnow Jawa, Prime Leader of the Sandcrawler. I hear you are an excellent droid builder.
Yeah, Jawas speak English now. Galactic Basic. Personally, I find it a bit off-putting, but I guess it's more player-friendly than reading a bunch of weird noises with subtitles. After this unsettling Jawa realization sets in, you're dropped right into the droid workshop to prepare for your first training mission, of which there are 8 to complete before embarking on your main objective. There are 2 types of droids to construct, walking and rolling, and between them, there are unique parts and capabilities like speech, welding, sensors, lighting, jumping, lifting, grabbing, and even medical abilities. As you play the game, you'll unlock more parts, and in the end, there are 87 parts to choose from. You can only pick one of each type, and there are strict limitations as to the combinations and where they can be placed on the droid, but at least you can customize them even further with names and paint jobs to prevent things feeling samey. And I've got to say, building Star Wars droids is a childhood dream come true, man. I always wanted to do this as a youngling, so even without playing the rest of the game, just being able to mock up retro sci-fi abominations is awesome in and of itself. I mean, like, nobody needed to see what it would look like if beloved Star Wars characters had a terrifying and regretful love child, but here you can, and it's fantastic. Once you've determined your droid's appearance and approved of their dancing abilities, it's off to the map screen and the mission briefing.
Your droid needs to get through the door at the top of the cliff.
Here you're given an idea of what kind of hurdles to expect, but the only real way to tell precisely what kind of droid capabilities that you will need is by giving it a shot yourself. You can either start the mission straight away, or jump into the testing chamber of your Sandcrawler and try things out sans galactic consequences. This is also a good place to familiarize yourself with the controls and interacting with the environment, which, well, it isn't great. However, before we get to the suck, let's talk about the acceptable. Once you've left the construction mode, DroidWorks takes place in a low-poly 3-dimensional environment, one that might look familiar if you played other games in the Sith engine, like Star Wars Jedi Knight, Dark Forces 2, and Mysteries of the Sith. From here, you're tasked with figuring out how to accomplish your objective, and seeing as this is an edutainment game, the idea is that you're supposed to learn scientific principles along the way. Most of this happens by way of the game's information and data expert, or index, that late 90s weird capitalization. This is a slightly interactive encyclopedia of sciencey things, and while some of it is fictional in-universe stuff, it's all explained in a manner that also relates to real-world physical properties and scientific laws. So each mission will rely on exploring the way these principles work by way of the in-game physics engine and environmental interactions. An admirable goal indeed, but there's a problem. Unless you use very specific computer hardware that's slow enough, the physics engine and environmental interactions are completely and utterly broken. I'm not just saying that either. Games are buggy sometimes, that's just how it goes. Programming's hard, you know. The thing is, when your entire product, one that's built specifically as an educational experience, relies on aspects of the game that are clearly screwed up, it simply fails at its main objective of being an effective learning tool. So like running into some physics glitches in Battlefield is one thing, but running into physics glitches in a game that's all about teaching you physical interactions is something else entirely, you know? I don't know if it's a result of retrofitting the Sith engine or they ran out of time or what, but DroidWorks suffers from a variety of constant infuriating physics problems on every retro PC setup I've tried. It reminds me a bit of the problems of Lego Island in terms of how picky it is with CPU speed. The simulation screws up if it's allowed to run at a frame rate higher than about 15. Just one example, driving up a slight incline with treads is a total crapshoot. Occasionally it'll work, but most of the time it won't. A legged droid could jump over it, but many of the missions force you to use treads, so you're stuck. Until you figure out that pressing certain buttons on the UI will temporarily reset the physics system, which then forces your droid over the hill. I mean, that's fine until there's another one, and then you do it again, and again, and again, and yeah, this is really not a feature. This is a bug. I've never seen a game where you have to exploit the help companion to drive up a ramp.
To your droid. And the current, these are information tags. They provide you with important information relating to your droid. These are information tags. They provide you with...
Speaking of that companion, that is one bizarre choice for her accent. I'm not entirely sure what they were going for there. It's like Daisy Duke mixed with Ellie Mae Clampett.
One large battery now in your inventory.
Not a complaint, more of an observation, but you know, those two, you know,
Stay on target.
See, now I can't get the idea of those two being my companion at the same time.
Stay on target.
Right, as I was saying, even if you can deal with the wonky physics, the aggravation continues with several puzzles that rely on pushing objects, and there's just no graceful way to do this. You bump into things until they sort of move the direction you want them to, and hope that you don't clip through them or accidentally move them up against a wall, because then you have to restart the whole scenario. But good luck with moving things around, seeing as the camera itself is abysmal. A terrible trait to have in a game that relies heavily on environmental navigation. The camera is always fixed on your droid, and there's no way to look around without physically moving yourself, and to top it off, this happens to be the most sensitive and jarring set of controls in the game. Then, of course, there are the areas that just despise you for no reason, and you'll get stuck without any method of resetting your position. You've got no choice but to quit and try to avoid that next time. And sure, in a way, that's the point of DroidWorks. It's a game all about problem solving, and you accomplish this by doing your research out in the field and then going back and designing a more fitting droid. But when so many of these problems are unpredictable, glitchy garbage, it quickly becomes far more of a chore than any kind of valuable teaching opportunity. Still, it's not as if it's a total loss. It's not. The rest of the gameplay is pretty darn fun, and it seems plenty of folks thought so too back in 1998, seeing as it won a crapload of awards. It's got a lovely Star Wars atmosphere going on, with familiar locations and sound effects, and even some character interactions to participate in.
Well, hello there. What are you doing here?
I was
sent to fix the corrosion on the water pipes. I was just about to get started and, well, wouldn't you know it, wham!
When it's at its best, DroidWorks is a charming, enjoyable little game. And maybe when I was a kid, I would have forgiven its numerous physics shortcomings because, dang it, it's Star Wars and it's creative and it's technically educational, so I could play it with less of a chance of parental reprimanding. But as an adult, I can't really say it's worth much of your time. There comes a point in the game where you figured out what elusive specifications are perfect for each picky mission, yet even then it straddles a fine line between being trivially easy to complete and being an unforgiving monster due to physics glitches, bottomless death pits, and purposely deceptive navigation. Then once you finished everything up, you get a cutscene and a certificate. Hooray, who cares? That's DroidWorks. In theory, it's absolutely awesome wish fulfillment with some dandy educational goodies and sandboxy stuff thrown in for good measure. In retrospect, it's not something I think I'll ever play ever again. And if you enjoyed this episode of LGR Edutainment Month, then perhaps you'd like to see who gave me this Apple II model from Mavis Beacon. Regardless, it still communicates the idea that you're being taught rather than commanded to do a bunch of crap. In the classroom mode,
This video was made possible by CuriosityStream. Watch thousands of high-quality documentaries and get access to my streaming service Nebula by using the link in the description. 60 years ago, Japan invented high-speed rail with iconic bullet trains that could operate at more than 200 kilometers per hour. The bullet train transformed Japan and kickstarted a revolution in high-speed rail around the world. Now, the Japanese are setting out to do it again. This time by building a new kind of train that'll operate at an incredible 500 kilometers per hour. The world's fastest train will connect Japan's two largest cities, and it'll be faster than flying, covering the 400-kilometer distance in just 67 minutes. But this is also one of the most expensive transport projects in history, and an enormous bet on a technology that has yet to prove itself. And some question whether building the world's fastest train really makes sense. Even as the first bullet trains began operating in 1964, Japanese engineers were already working on a radical new kind of train. With cutting-edge rail technologies, bullet trains could operate at speeds once thought impossible. And while there was still plenty of room to get them to go even faster, engineers realized that at some point, trains would hit a speed limit. The friction, vibration, and noise from conventional steel wheels would simply become too great. To go much faster, they'd need a new kind of train. So, to eliminate rail friction, engineers would get rid of the wheels altogether, and instead use magnetic force to levitate the train inside a guideway. Although the solution seemed radical, the idea of magnetically levitating a train had been around since the early 1900s, with the first patents appearing in 1912. But the technologies needed to make such a train actually work were only beginning to come together in the 1960s. Among early experiments with maglevs, Japan and Germany emerged as leaders, each investing heavily in unique versions of the technology. By the 1980s, prototype maglevs were making headlines, breaking speed records, and promising to revolutionize railways. But it would be another 2 decades before the first high-speed maglev would see commercial operation. It wasn't until 2004, with the opening of the Shanghai Transrapid, that maglevs had finally overtaken conventional rail as the fastest trains in the world, on the line connecting Shanghai with and promising to revolutionize railways. But it would be another 2 decades before the first high-speed maglev would see commercial operation. It wasn't until 2004, with the opening of the Shanghai Transrapid, that maglevs had finally overtaken conventional rail as the fastest trains in the world. On the line connecting Shanghai with its airport, maglevs, based on Germany's technology, routinely reach 430 kilometers per hour. But since opening almost 20 years ago, it's still the only high-speed maglev in operation, because much of the world has since given up on the technology. There were once ambitious plans to build high-speed maglev lines only for railways. In the 1980s, prototype maglevs were making headlines, breaking speed records, and promising to revolutionize railways. But it would be another 2 decades before the first high-speed maglev would see commercial operation. It wasn't until 2004, with the opening of the Shanghai Transrapid, technology routinely reach 430 kilometers per hour. But since opening almost 20 years ago, it's still the only high-speed maglev in operation, because much of the world has since given up on the technology. There were once ambitious plans to build high-speed maglev lines around the world, with some even predicting that North America alone would see thousands of kilometers constructed by the 2020s. But plans never materialized. The problem is, maglevs are expensive. Compared to conventional high-speed rail lines, they cost anywhere from 2 to 3 times more to build, and they don't work with existing infrastructure, unlike high-speed trains, which can make use of more than 1 million kilometers of conventional rail lines already in existence, along with stations built out in almost every city. Since trains, which can make use of more than 1 million kilometers of conventional rail lines already in existence, along with stations built out in almost every city. Since 1964, over 50,000 kilometers of high-speed rail line have been constructed, a number expected to double in the coming decades. That compares to less than 100 kilometers of maglev lines built in the same time period. The world seems to have moved on, but Japan is still forging ahead. Japan's massive bet on maglev technology starts with geography. The world's first intercity maglev line, being built by the Central Japan Railway Company, will connect the country's 2 largest cities, just like the first bullet trains did in 1964. But today, where it takes 2.5 hours for the fastest bullet trains to travel between Tokyo and Osaka, the new maglev line will cut that down to just 67 minutes. And it means that 3 cities with a combined population of more than 18 million people will be brought within commuting distance, effectively transforming them into a single giant city. A degree of mobility that promises to boost Japan's entire economy. Be brought within commuting distance, effectively transforming them into a single giant city, a degree of mobility that promises to boost Japan's entire economy. But there are also more pressing reasons to build a new line. The existing Shinkansen line already carries nearly 500,000 passengers every single day, but with bullet trains often spaced just 3 minutes apart, it's reaching its limit. And so is the infrastructure, which is now almost 60 years old. And the existing line also runs through the most earthquake-prone regions of Japan. One major earthquake could sever the country's most critical rail link, causing enormous financial damage. The maglev line will instead take a more direct route between the major cities through a much less seismically active mountain range. And it means that over 80% of the line will run through tunnels, some of which will be 25 kilometers long and 1.5 kilometers below the surface. The first section is expected to open in 2027, with the remaining connection to Osaka completed a decade later. But when it's all said and done, Japan's high-speed intercity maglevs will be the fastest way to travel between Japan's major cities, even faster than flying. Making such eye-watering speeds possible is a technology that's been in development for over 50 years. It's called SC Maglev. The SC stands for superconducting. To levitate trains off their guideway, electromagnets are cooled to extreme temperatures in order to take advantage of a phenomenon called superconductivity, which significantly increases magnetic force. The train's electromagnets interact with coils embedded inside a guideway. One set of coils is used to propel the train, while the other is for levitation and guidance. The second set of coils is unpowered. It means SC Maglevs must first accelerate on wheels to 150 kilometers per hour before they can induce a magnetic field to levitate. Second set interact with coils embedded inside a guideway. One set of coils is used to propel the train, while the other is for levitation and guidance. The second set of coils is unpowered. It means SC Maglevs must first accelerate on wheels to 150 kilometers per hour before they can induce a magnetic field to levitate. But once up to speed, the trains are dynamically stable, requiring no active systems to keep them stable and centered. The trains are also fully autonomous, controlled not by a driver, but by the track, meaning collisions are almost impossible. And with 3 separate braking systems, they can also stop faster. Autonomous, controlled not by a driver, but by the track, meaning collisions are almost impossible. And with 3 separate braking systems, they can also stop faster than conventional trains. This is a train straight out of the future, and it'll be the most ambitious implementation of maglev technology. But does it actually make sense to build? For nearly 60 years, Japan has continued to develop their iconic bullet trains. Today, they're recognized as some of the most advanced, reliable, and efficient high-speed trains in the world, leading some to question whether the switch to maglev is less of a leap forward and more of a misstep. To start, SC Maglevs are smaller than bullet trains in almost every dimension. And it means they'll carry fewer passengers, nor will they run as frequently as bullet trains. Maglev switches, the mechanism that allows maglevs to switch tracks, are much slower than conventional rail switches. It means maglevs must operate at least 10 minutes apart, compared to just 3 minutes for bullet trains. Smaller trains, running less frequently, means Japan's maglev will never match the capacity of a conventional bullet train, all the while consuming a lot more energy. Below 300 kilometers per hour, the energy consumption of a bullet train and maglev aren't that different, but operating at 500 kilometers per hour introduces much more air resistance, made worse by running mostly through tunnels. It means to operate at twice the speed of bullet trains, SC Maglevs will consume 4 times more energy. And the project is already the most expensive in Japan's history, estimated to cost at least 5.5 times more than the original 1964 bullet train line. Much of it owing to the amount of tunneling required, but also the cost of building entirely new stations next to or below existing ones. Proponents argue that SC Maglev technology can be exported to the rest of the world. The question is, where? The rest of the world has already passed up on Germany's Transrapid in favor of conventional high-speed rail. China is the only other country still researching ultra-high-speed maglevs, showing off its own prototype in 2021. But the country also recently renewed its commitment to expand its conventional high-speed rail network by tens of thousands of kilometers by the end of the decade. While there are proposals to implement SC Maglev technology elsewhere, the reality is few places in the world have Japan's combination of wealth, population density, and appetite for enormously expensive infrastructure projects, leaving many to question whether Japan's enormously expensive investment into maglev can ever really pay off. When the Japanese were pouring billions into constructing the first bullet train, many ridiculed it as a misguided effort. Railways were viewed as a dead technology, too slow to survive the modern age. But the world's first high-speed railway was an enormous success, and other countries soon followed with their own massive investments in high-speed rail. The SC Maglev is Japan's next quantum leap. Operating at speeds well beyond the reach of conventional rail, it'll be cleaner, quieter, safer, and more comfortable than any train before it. But these benefits will be weighed against enormous development and infrastructure costs. The SC Maglev story is yet to be written, and it remains to be seen whether the project can herald in a new era of high-speed ground transport, or whether it's destined to join other failed attempts at reinventing railways. If you're wondering how I make my videos or what software I use, maybe just a bit more about who I am.
To answer the question once and for all, whether you can water cool an air cooler, well, we gotta get all the fins, Alex. What do we got? Nice! What kind of motherboard has nowhere to install a CPU? Well, no motherboard. All motherboards need a CPU because otherwise what would do the processing? But if you look at this one, there's something a little unusual about it, right? You got your PCI Express sockets, you got your memory slots, and you got just a blank metal plate. That's because the CPU socket is on the back. But why? Well, as it turns out, this motherboard was designed with some pretty unique cooling concepts in mind, and I, for one, cannot wait to try it out. And I can't wait to tell you about our sponsor, .tech. .tech domains and Go. Is the heatsink that they designed for it. And in order to explain why they thought that this was the best solution, I think we're gonna have to back up. Entech is a spin-off company of EDAC Electronic Technology Co., who specializes in inspection equipment for electronics manufacturers like Foxconn, Panasonic, and Sony. AKA, these guys are the badasses that do the engineering work that lets other engineers test their engineering work. And for their inspection equipment, EDAC needed to have ultra-stable computers that are basically impervious to dust. So logically, they just went ahead and designed their own motherboard and flipped the CPU socket around. You see, when you're working in a manufacturing or fabrication-oriented space, there's nothing you can do about the fact that there's going to be some dust in the air. And unlike in your bedroom, we're not talking about cat hair. We're talking about potential metal filings, microscopic ones floating around in the air, which can eventually cause enormous problems for a computer. That's why in a workshop, passively cooled machines like this one from CompuLab here are king. Even slow spinning fans with an excellent dust filter are going to quickly get clogged. But to pull off this little marvel, CompuLab had to create an entirely custom chassis, motherboard, and actually a fair number of other things. So EDAC wanted to create something that's a little more modular and a little more affordable, which explains how we ended up with a standard ATX form factor motherboard, but it still doesn't explain this. Well, the thing is, to passively cool a CPU, even one that's not terribly powerful, you need a lot of metal. And EDAC wasn't able to fit a big enough cooler on the front of the case while still allowing for PCI Express expansion. See that? So after putting in the work to create this motherboard for their own uses, EDAC thought, well, I mean, yeah, what if somebody else found this useful? Thus, Entech was born, and we were able to get our hands on this motherboard. So let's try it out. Wait, we are going to submerge it in water, right?
Oh, not that, but yeah.
Sorry, not that?
Well, yeah, not that one.
Not that. Oh, but the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Just making sure. Everything about this feels wrong. Starting with flipping over the motherboard to install the CPU. We're going with a Core i7-6700K. This is near the top end of what this motherboard can support, but we're going to try a 7700K, a little CPU. We're going with a Core i7-6700K. This is near the top end of what this motherboard can support, but we're going to try a 7700K a little bit later. We're going with a Core i7-6700K. This is near the top end of what this motherboard can support, but we're going to try a 7700K a little bit later. And, oh, this is an interesting note. Is there no cooler for the chipset? I don't, actually. There is? Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Hey, look at this. When I see stuff like this, it makes me wonder if the engineers at AnkTech aren't watching LTT, because we've said a lot of times, it's baffling, given how shamelessly computer companies rip each other off, that more of them haven't just ripped off Noctua's Secufirm mounting mechanism. And that's basically what this is, except with kind of a clever cost-saving measure. So they use an O-ring here to secure the back bolts instead of having them be press-fitted, which is just kind of cheaper, but a lot better than having them just flop around like a lot of other guys do. There we go. Well, didn't think of that. Look at this, Brendan. There's so much space back here because of like the I/O and stuff that you can't just put it here and then put it down on the box. I guess I just have to do it like this then? Like, is this how you did it?
Not even close.
Oh, all right. Well, this is how I'm doing it. All right, there we go. Can I get that chipset cooler by any chance? I'm going for the no-look catch. Oh, what the? Who does that? Threw it at my head. This is a very wimpy heatsink, considering that it is designed to be used with a passive CPU cooler. Yeah, not much to it. Compound, and no way.
Really?
It's just not aligned. They just used a generic, whatever this spacing, which is pretty standard heatsink, and it doesn't actually line up with the little like silkscreen marks they made for where it's supposed to sit. Another cost-saving measure is that it doesn't come with a CMOS battery, so you'll just have to get your own CR2032 3-volt cell and pop it in. Really, guys? Okay, it's not designed for end users, clearly. Let's go ahead and pop this on.
You'll want to put that on after it's in the case.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because like, well, can I just put it on for temporaries?
Okay.
I just want to, I won't even put thermal compound on for now. I just want to see. Oh, I need a screwdriver. No look catch. No, we're not doing that. Thanks. Man, if they just sold this heatsink, this thing is like badass looking. No idea if the performance is actually any good, but it's definitely badass looking. Looks awesome. Are we like at the point of diminishing returns though, being this far away from the CPU? I guess not with a passive heatsink. I see we've gone with Trident Z Royal DIMMs because I guess we're going for the most thematically coherent build of all time. Now all we need is a case. Large and hefty enough to accommodate this flippin' beast. And as Alex alluded to before, there is no case hefty enough to fit this heatsink through the motherboard tray while you're installing the motherboard. So we're gonna go ahead and pop it off now. Everything about this feels just kind of wrong, you know? I've built so many computers in my life, and this is the first one like this. This is a thanks I hated and a half, like cursed motherboard.
You have against this thing, Linus?
It's just, I had nothing against it. I was super excited about it until I had to actually like touch it, you know?
It says on their website that it fits most cases, but some require modification.
Yeah. We tried a few cases and lots of them interfered with the top of these heat pipes. And I think having your compatibility list account for people doing modifications to their case is kind of cheating. Because with a Dremel, theoretically, anything is compatible with anything. Oy! That looks awesome! I mean, by the time you hack a hole in your side panel, it's probably not gonna be the cleanest mod ever done, but the potential's there. Well, let's get OCCT running, right? This is a CPU stressing tool that will allow us to see just how well that heatsink can keep up with a 6700K. Hottest core is up at around 65 degrees right now. It's not even hot to the touch yet. There's just so much metal right up at the top of those heat pipes there. But you can also really see what a great job heat pipes do of moving heat around. It's not that much cooler at the very end of the heat pipe. It's really even. Meanwhile, over here, you can see that with every load spike, temperatures were peaking a little bit higher than before until now. You know what probably happened? The tiny bit of airflow from me moving the case around probably caused it to go down a little bit. Let's keep it still again. It steadied at around 80 degrees on the hottest core, which is not what we were expecting based on either AnkTech's testing or Steve from Gamers Nexus's testing. However, we have steadied at around 80 degrees on the hottest core, which is not what we were expecting based on either AnkTech's testing or Steve from Gamers Nexus's testing. However, we have observed that our CPU is only running at around 3.45 gigahertz, so we're thinking maybe there's a BIOS setting that's not allowing it to run at full power. I'm gonna go ahead and try that. Yeah, we got turbo working and it can't do it. We managed to thermal throttle within about 2 or 3 minutes, but AnkTech doesn't say you can do that, and it's a pretty easy problem to solve if you want to just throw a big We managed to thermal power. I'm gonna go ahead and try that. Yeah, we got turbo working and it can't do it. Probably caused it to go down a little bit. Core, which is not what we were expecting based on either EncTech's testing or Steve from Gamers Nexus's testing. However, we have observed that our CPU is only running at around 3.45 gigahertz, so we're thinking maybe there's a BIOS setting that's not allowing it to run at full power. I'm gonna go ahead and try that. Yeah, we got turbo working and it can't do it. We managed to thermal throttle within about 2 or 3 minutes, but EncTech doesn't say you can do that, and it's a pretty easy problem to solve if you want to just throw a big 200mm fan on here, but Steve from Gamers Nexus already did that. We have other ideas. Just throw a big 200mm fan on here, but Steve from Gamers Nexus already did that. We have other ideas. Did that. Just throw a big 200mm fan on here, but Steve from Gamers Nexus already did that. We have other ideas. Okay, not too much, because remember this has some, oh my gosh, this feels really, really, really wrong, what we're about to do right now. Oh! Okay. All right, I will lift it. Oh, crap, I'm stuck. I'm snagged, dog. Our power cable is cable tied. LTTstore.com, baby. Get them cable ties. Okay. Okay. Oh, this feels so wrong. Wait, where are the CPU temps at?
Oh, it's thermal throttling right now.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Is it fine?
I mean, theoretically, it should be fine.
Oh, wow. 100 degrees down to 74.
Now that's water cooling, boys. Okay, so we're at about 70 degrees. I think we can do better. Okay, phase 1, lift the computer.
I think getting on the table might be the best solution.
I think that this table is on wheels and that...
Oh,
It's still running.
okay.
No, you're not getting on the table, Alex. You ready?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, lift it. Okay, you're gonna have to have it for a little while though.
What's that? That's not good.
Did it power off?
Firing back on.
Hold. Hold.
I'm holding.
Okay, 1 second. I just need a while though. Table, Alex.
Okay.
No, you're not getting on the table, Alex. You ready?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, lift it. Okay, you're gonna have to have it for a little while though.
What's that? That's not good.
Did it power off?
Firing back on.
Hold. Hold.
I'm holding.
Okay, 1 second. I just need to...
Okay, I guess I should get these...
Wait, I just need to... Wait, hold on. I need to... Oh, God.
There's enough water.
There is... there's water. Hold on, you gotta put it over this one. Okay, I got your second bucket here. Okay, you know what? We've got a little bit of submersion, but we're gonna have to add some more water. I'm gonna start another render. Should be fine. We're learning so many things today that will never be applicable to anyone else ever again. Small problem, Alex.
Yeah?
I think I may have actually splashed the VRMs over here when I rocked it back and forth. Can you see that? Yeah, it's rocked it back and forth. Actually splashed. Small problem, Alex.
Yeah?
I think I may have actually splashed the VRMs over here when I rocked it back and forth. Can you see that? Yeah, it's water. Okay, well that might explain why it was crashing under load. I'll put these in for fun while Alex gets a bag of ice. This is so cool.
you can see the very end of the heatsink is a little bit cooler, and you can kind of see a halo of warmth around it in the water. Hey Brandon, check this out. We were trying to stick a thermal probe in the water near the heatsink to kind of see how close these values are, and it kept reading exactly the same as far away. And what we realized is it takes such a small disruption to move these warm areas of water that you basically can't measure it by physically sticking something in. Watch this, watch this. Okay, I'm gonna blow on the surface of the water. Isn't that cool? Want to get a shot of the premium ice?
Premium.
Get the ingredients, please. Ingredients, please. That cool? Want to get a shot of the premium ice?
Premium.
Get the ingredients, please. All right, just got it. This bag's just got to give birth here. Birth bag. No, I got this. When this hits it, are we gonna have a Titanic failure?
It's definitely gonna be some.
You'll have to excuse me for not knowing how to use a bag of ice. I don't entertain much. Don't have any friends. Alex invited me to a Super Bowl viewing party once, though. That was kind of him.
Yeah, you brought your kids. It was really cool. Okay, so we're currently at 92 degrees Celsius.
Uh-huh. Oh. Okay. There's 4 ice cubes stuck under the heatsink.
This is so stupid.
Well, look, come on, I don't make the rules around here, Brandon. So that puts us at around 60 degrees. But I think we can do better, because as we've learned, even just small differences in location or flow can make a big difference to the actual temperature. So right up here, it's like 0.7 degrees. And then you go, you know, what, to 8 to 9 centimeters lower, and you're at 8 degrees. If only there was a way that we could move the fluid around inside the container. You think of everything, don't you? How fun is this? Okay, let's add a pump. This is a submersible pump. Do you want to go ahead and plug it in on the other side?
Sure.
And I'm just gonna YOLO it, I guess, right? Okay.
The power cable's only in there a bit.
Should be fine. I mean, the pump's power cable's in there too. What could go wrong? Okay, that seems like a good spot. Ooh, that's chili! It's a chili boy! Oh, it's splashy. Oh, it's really splashy, Alex. Hold on, turn it back on, turn it back on. I'm trying to show the peeps. Whew. Yeah, that's a little splashy for my liking. I don't know, let's find out. Maybe if it was just the right amount of splashy. Is it still blending?
It is, but I think the temperature is like the same.
That kind of makes sense because it was coldest at the top. No, it's trending down, look.
Oh, yeah.
It's totally trending down. And we're still at 4.37. You can totally see the water like touching the base of the heatsink. Settling in at 56 degrees on the package, full load. Pretty practical, right?
Yeah, daily load for sure.
And you might get the opportunity to daily drive a cooling system like this because they're actually releasing a more gaming-oriented, I guess, product. It's based on a Z490 chipset. Yep. So, yeah. We could probably come up with something better for daily driving, couldn't we? I think we can. We will, I promise. Make sure you subscribe. And make sure you check out our sponsor. Thanks to FlexiSpot for sponsoring.
In 1991, when Capcom released Street Fighter II in the arcades, it would go on to significantly boost the declining video game arcade business. The Versus fighting game was so popular, it received ports to almost every home console and computer at the time. It was also the original inspiration for player-established tournaments such as EVO. By 1995, Street Fighter II was a smash hit for Capcom, selling over 15 million home versions and a staggering 200,000 arcade cabinets. The Super NES version alone sold over 6 million units. But it wouldn't be without competition. Midway's Mortal Kombat, released in 1992, and it too was a smash hit. Known for its digitized graphics, hard-hitting gameplay, the blood, the gore, the fatalities, it had it all. It took the versus fighting genre and turned the dial up to 10, with the series considered one of the very best in video game history. Its early games were the source of much outcry and controversy, with extreme violence, blood, decapitations, and it was responsible for the formation of the ESRB, an organization that provides ratings for all video games in the USA. The arcade original ran on Midway's T-Unit and later Y-Unit arcade hardware. At the time, it was a complex piece of engineering, which would feature a Texas Instruments TMS 34010 main CPU, a Motorola M6809, a Yamaha YM2151 for its sound, and an Oki MSN 6295 for its digital to analog conversion. And interestingly enough, the refresh rate of the arcade machine was a rather odd 54.7 Hz. Like Street Fighter II, home console versions of Mortal Kombat would be inevitable. These would be published by Acclaim with odd 54.7 Hz. Like Street Fighter II, home console versions of Mortal Kombat would be inevitable. These would be published by Acclaim with Sculptured Software and Pro heading up the development, and would see original home versions released on Mortal Monday in 1993. This would see home ports to the Super NES, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Gear, with a version arriving later on for the Sega CD. Unfortunately, none of these home ports were considered arcade perfect, and all contained their own issues. For example, the Super NES version contained good graphics and audio, faithful to the arcade, but famously replaced all blood with sweat. The Sega Genesis version didn't look as good, but contained all the fatalities and blood, and fell overall closer to the arcade original. The Sega CD version expanded on the Sega Genesis version and fell overall closer to the arcade, and is considered to be a very faithful home conversion with authentic Red Book audio taken directly from the arcade version. Over on the home computer, it would also receive ports to both MS-DOS and the Commodore Amiga, with the MS-DOS version considered to be the best home conversion out of all the systems that we just covered. By the early 2000s, the Multi-Arcade Machine Emulator, or MAME, would begin supporting Midway T and Y unit games, and it would be possible in early versions to run Mortal Kombat. But as is the nature of emulation, especially earlier versions of MAME, many hacks would be used for its speed. By 2004, Mortal Kombat Deception was released for the original Xbox and Sony PS2. This would contain emulated versions of the Mortal Kombat arcade game, and while they were dubbed arcade perfect, unfortunately they contained issues when it came to sound and graphics. It would be around the same time when early plug-and-play retro television devices would appear. These would be cheap $20 to $30 devices that ran on batteries, plugged directly into a TV, and allowed you to enjoy retro releases from past generations. One such device would be the Mortal Kombat TV game from Jakks Pacific. The system would retail for $25 and ran on 4 AA batteries. The console is a system in the shape of a Mortal Kombat arcade machine with a large 8-way directional D-pad and button layouts that match the arcade machine. It plugs into your TV via composite cable and only supports mono audio. Now this may just sound like a cheap knockoff emulation device, but turning on the system reveals something interesting. Initially, you may think that it's running the Super NES or Genesis versions under emulation, but on closer inspection, the character sprites are much larger, almost arcade size, and the speech sounds much truer to the arcade as well.
Sub-Zero wins. Fatality.
So what's actually going on here? Well, as it turns out, the Jakks Pacific version of Mortal Kombat, as we will call it, is an entirely custom port, specifically coded and built for the device, and it's one of the most intriguing ports that I've ever seen. Digital Eclipse was responsible for the port with the entire codebase, written by a single developer, Chris Burke. When you first turn on the device and dive in, it's apparent that this version is quite faithful to the arcade, a step up from the home console versions. The sprites and animations are all there, but sacrifices had to be made. You see, Chris was given the mammoth task of compressing the 8MB original arcade code down to just 4MB of the Jakks Pacific version, and that's only the beginning. The Jakks Pacific system would also use an obscure system on a chip known as the Sunplus SPG240. Chris would have to painfully convert each assembly instruction from the original source code line by line to target the Sunplus. He would say, I rewrote the underlying game engine, developed all the data conversion tools, and hand-translated every line of the original Coin-Op Mortal Kombat source code into the language and operating environment of this new hardware platform. I find that line-by-line translation is a must to preserve gameplay on low-cost platforms that would be swamped by CPU demands of hardware emulation. It's difficult, like translating poetry. His hard work would certainly not go unnoticed. And for $20, this is a very impressive port of Mortal Kombat, featuring all fighters, all the blood, all the fatalities, and contains some interesting and unique features only available on this version. If we analyze the sprite data, if you look at Sub-Zero, on the arcade version, he stands at around 139 pixels in height. Over on the Super NES and Sega Genesis home console versions, they are much smaller, at around 98 pixels. But the Jakks Pacific version is at around 107 pixels in height. Certainly not one-to-one of the arcade, but impressive for a $25 TV system. While the sprites and animations look and feel great, many sacrifices were made along the way, notably the static backgrounds and removal of parallax scrolling. Some stages contain up to 5 individual layers to create the feeling of depth. In the Jakks Pacific TV version, as you can see, it's a single background scrolling layer, and all animations that were previously in the arcade game have been removed. But this would not be a simple task. Chris would go on to say, I reconstructed image assets, including every layer of the multi-layer parallax scrolling backgrounds missing from Midway's source code archive. This was done by overlaying and hand masking hundreds of screen captures from the original game to produce each pixel-perfect panorama. But when we talk about games that are much larger in size than the targeted hardware, compression plays a major part. To deal with memory constraints, the fighters are stored as a series of zip-compressed overlays. A sophisticated cache keeps the most used frames of animation in memory and loads the others on demand, minimizing decompression. Many backgrounds were simplified in order to take advantage of the hardware's multi-layer background scrolling. Chris's compression system becomes apparent when you get to the endurance matches, and it's at this point is when you'll notice a slight pause and a loading screen when the next fighter is loaded in and uncompressed. This does take you a little by surprise the first time, but it's the best that could be done given the circumstances and the target hardware, which was running a frequency of 27 MHz. The pause is due to the fact that the processor is unzipping information on the fly about the next fighter. Eventually, you'll come across the fight with Shang Tsung, and for those who haven't played Mortal Kombat, he has the ability to morph into each of the other characters in the MK roster. And just when you think that this fight will be riddled with loading pauses, as it happens, there is absolutely no loading at all during the morphing sequences. This is quite impressive technically, but how was it pulled off? Most likely, a combination of two things. The stage background, Goro's lair, is the least complex out of all the stages, and looking closer at the floor, has many repeating tiles, as compared to the arcade, which is much more randomized. This would free up memory for loading additional fighters. And secondly, and most importantly, the fighters are likely not loaded with their entire animation and move sets, rather a cut-down version of them, in order to seamlessly allow Shang Tsung to morph into any of the other MK fighters without any pauses.
The original fighters from Mortal Kombat are back, all inside one controller from TD Games. Just play it, then click up two controllers and finish him.
Technically, the game is excellent, running on a cheap ARM-powered SoC that was well before devices such as the Raspberry Pi, and was required to run in the confines of only 4 megabytes. But what's here feels terrific, offering up the classic MK experience on a $25 TV device. But the biggest downside for me is that the game is simply too easy. Although it's painstakingly ported in assembly from the arcade, something along the way went missing. It's just too easy to spam sweep or backjump high kick your way into victory on most stages. On the arcade, you can get away with doing this for about 2 or so rounds, but the difficulty quickly picks up and it will destroy you if you don't learn how to utilize the strengths of your character and understand combos. Another unique part of the Jack-specific TV version of Mortal Kombat is the ability to link up another device and embark in local multiplayer. A specific communication layer and synchronization code was developed specifically for this version. Unfortunately, I've been unable to test this as I don't own another TV unit, but I'm told that the experience is very good. It's also worth mentioning in recent times that the game was preserved and is available in MAME. The mysterious Sun Plus processor has been emulated, and the Jack-specific version of Mortal Kombat has been dumped and available in MAME as of version 0.219, and it's all here if you want to try it out for yourself.
Sub-Zero wins.
So there you have it, that is the
Hi! Welcome to the Game Dungeon. Today we're looking at Echo. Welcome. Hi! Welcome to the Game Dungeon. Today we're looking at Echo. Yeah, so this is a third-person sci-fi, well, I'll let you decide what kind of game this is. As you can see, we're being given the eye here. The game's taking a while to load. This sort of reminds me of the intro to Aeon Flux, how she catches a fly with her eyelashes. That became a symbol for the show, though I don't really get it. I mean, what was the message? That she's enticing but deadly like a Venus flytrap? I mean, that's not really the theme of the show. It had way more going on than that. I mean, what was the message? That she's enticing but deadly like a Venus flytrap? I mean, that's not really the theme of the show. It had way more going on than that. I don't know. And back to the eye. Okay, this is weird. We're off to a weird start here. See, I thought this might be the menu, but if I move the mouse, nothing. Just the eye. Oh, I have to hit the button too. All right. Yeah, now it works. I want to say I'm almost certain this isn't the first game I've played where a giant eyeball follows your actions in the menu, but I'm drawing a blank again. All right, let's go. Okay, another game where we start with a quote. The flesh and soul shall enter the palace through separate doors. Only the strong will reunite. Yeah, I don't know. This is feeling like the realms of the haunting quote to me. But we won't judge a game by its cover quote.
All our songs were about it. A magical place of life without end. A palace of untold wonders. But only for the worthy. So our lives were desperately dedicated to qualify. Pinpoint perspective on the great reward. Only I never wanted to go. Those words alone could mean death. So when I ran, I knew it meant never stopping to catch my breath. If I wanted to live. And so it was. Yet here I am.
Here you are.
The place I spent my whole life escaping.
We're gonna have some drama in this game, aren't we?
I feel like shit.
Okay, usually I try to sum up what's going on in our intro, but I think that's going to be impossible in this game. See, we're being dropped into the story, and almost everything is a reference to something else that's not explained. And I don't know how much of this is important. So, I'll try. We're playing this lady here, no name yet, and apparently we've been in stasis for a century. We were injured from some past incident that went south, but we're healed up now. There's also some disembodied voice past name yet, and apparently we've been in stasis for a century. We were injured from some past incident that went south, but we're healed up now. There's also some disembodied voice that sounds super irate with us. Literally everything he says is snippy and chiding towards her.
I don't know how you hope to achieve that, little miss, but I suggest you start your efforts by laying back down. Yes, I had a very good look at that while you were asleep. I think you're in for a disappointment.
Now, my first thought was that this was the ship's AI, but it sounds like a person. And this voice is way too resentful to be a practical AI, so I don't know what's going on. There was some guy named Foster who I think was the captain that both the lady and the voice respected, and he's dead. And he gave the voices. I don't know what's going on. There was some guy named Foster who I think was the captain that both the lady and the voice respected, and he's dead.
Greetings, and today is an LGR thing I'm covering. Sees flaunting its art admirers came with important systems and strategies. Relationally appealing about beginning with a few basic units, an unseen map, and a massive tech tree just itching to be researched. No story, no waypoints, nothing getting opportunity to utilize a distinct set of buildings, units, and technologies, and you progress to the next. Wonders provide stats bonuses to the player that constructs them. A few for time for selecting it as an upgrade from your capital building. And attributes for each civilization as you do in the Age of Empires games. Likewise, with the real-time strategy focusing on individual units, selecting it as an upgrade from your capital.
Steal the secret.
Individual units and building. Yeah.
dead. And he gave the voices lighter. That's important. There was some guy named Foster who I think was the captain that both the lady and the voice respected, and he's dead. And he gave the voices lighter. That's important, I think. See? And he's dead. And he gave the voices lighter. That's important, I think. See? He's dead. And he gave the voices lighter. That's important. Voice respected, and he's dead. And he gave the voices lighter. That's important, I think. See? There it is. The music is sufficiently spacey. And we have an observation lounge like that guy in Mass Effect 2.
I need a suit.
And that's our intro. Now we're all up to speed. And we head out to fly to some planet-like structure that was space camouflaged.
I'm guessing it's some corporate state's illegitimate mining project from the pre-requisition rush.
Okay, that sounds like a reference to something. Well, everything looks pretty neat. Not a bad way to start your day, with an endless array of cubes. Well, let's pull some switches and head below. Oh, and I'm going to turn off the space hula hoop. I realize we're in the future, but I guess I'm old-fashioned in that way. There we go. Yeah, this is cool. We have H.R. Giger-inspired tech architecture. Future, but I guess Oh, and I'm going to turn off the space hula hoop. I realize we're in the future, but I guess I'm old-fashioned in that way. There we go. Yeah, this is cool. We have H.R. Giger-inspired tech architecture. I'm getting kind of an alien vibe here. But someone is determined to ruin it. First, the voice is agony. He's doing this thing that kids do where because you don't like someone, you deny or aggressively question everything the other person says. So if she were to say, there's a lot of snow here, he would say, don't be ridiculous. You can't know that snow. How presumptuous of you.
It looks like nothing of the sort. I really wouldn't get my hopes up. There's never anything there but bitter disappointment. You really are naive. Best not to deal with your kind. You are overconfident. Immature people often are. You should be taking notes every time I open my mouth.
So yeah, the voice is an insufferable prick. I hope he shuts up. So that's the first problem. The second is, every time they start talking, my walking speed gets cut to a crawl. Now you might think, so what, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Anyway, we get some more story, I think. The voice is 1,000 years old. He's known Foster for 150. The lady's grandfather thought this location was the palace. Yeah, you remember the palace. The voice is 1,000 years old. He's known Foster for 150. The lady's grandfather thought this location was the palace. Yeah, you remember the palace. The voice is 1,000 years old. He's known Foster for 150. The lady's grandfather thought this location was the palace. Yeah, you remember the palace, right? And he paid a lot of money to get its location. It's not clear to me why everyone is And he paid a lot of money to get its location. It's not clear to me why everyone is here, though our protagonist is talking like it's her destiny, so fine, we'll go with that. The voice just seems to hate everything and everyone, so maybe he just tags along with what other people are doing and insults and second guesses them at every interval. I've known people like that.
You're wrong about everything.
Yeah, probably. An entrance! Aw, lever's stuck. Why don't we shoot it?
Wow.
I'm taking the gun offline.
No fun allowed! I like the Oh! Crash to the desktop! Not what I want to see! You know how some important software will have desktop? Not what I want to see! You know how some important software will have frequent updates with new features? But then every year or couple years they'll have a focus on stability and do long-term releases? Well, as I understand it, the Unreal Engine doesn't do that. It's full speed ahead all the time. So yeah, I'm having to replay this entire segment again. I'm hoping just once. Good, I made it. The secret was to do the exact same thing I already did with no changes at all, with no understanding why it worked this time and not earlier. Computers. And inside is the palace. It's dark, but this is looking pretty fantastic. I like going down these dark corridors and having the paths branch out combined with this lavish design. It's hard to explain, but this is some of my favorite kind of surrealism. I've had dreams before that halfway resemble moments of what I'm seeing here. So yeah, even though the disembodied voice keeps whining, I'm really enjoying the rest of this so far. We also get a little more plot reveal, that our heroine is a former member of a cult or something called Resourcefuls, and her grandfather spent centuries genetically engineering or selectively breeding them with the sole purpose of being able to go far. We also get a little more plot reveal, that our heroine is a former member of a cult or something called Resourcefuls, and her grandfather spent centuries genetically engineering or selectively breeding them with the sole purpose of being able to explore the palace. And here we are in the palace. Genetically engineering or selectively breeding them with the sole purpose of being able to explore the palace. And here we are in the palace. This kind of strikes me as weak writing, but it's too vague to really judge. I mean, besides physical fitness, I'm not sure what genetic traits are necessary to explore an abandoned space palace. I bet I could explore a space palace, and I wasn't chosen for this. I might need some climbing gear for parts of it, but yeah, I don't think this is good writing. I love the faces on the door. And the vases. This is exactly what I want to see in a Forbidden Palace. More plot. We get an explanation for the cube on her back. Apparently Foster was dying, so she put him into a special machine that converted his soul into a cube, and taking the cube to the palace is going to resurrect him somehow. Okay, I'm down with that. That means we put him into a special machine that converted his soul into a cube, and taking the cube to the palace is going to resurrect him somehow. Okay, I'm down with that. That means we have an actual reason for being here. Not that we needed one, but it's kind of expected the more you're cramming your game full of dialogue. The Infinite Palace is a reward in itself as far as I'm concerned. I mean, look at this hallway. I'm pretty sure it loops back, so I can literally walk down it for an infinite length of time. Again, this halfway resembles images out of my dreams, or just my imagination in general. So we're getting a tiny distorted glimpse into my mind, people. So if you're wondering what's going on in my head, yeah, this is part of it. It's very rare for a game to do this, so for me to see this in full 3D is pretty amazing. More plot reveal. Our heroine reveals that even though she grew up in the cult and had the training, she never bought into it. So she ran away when she was 15. So I guess we're at maximum irony that as a non-believer, she's here in the place the cult trained their whole lives to be in. And I'm wrong. Foster didn't give the lighter to the voice, he gave it to her. The game sure seems to think this is important.
He gave you the lighter, so he must have wanted me to take you here.
And we get the name of the voice! London. I still don't know what London is. He sounds way too human to be an AI, and he's 1,000 years important.
He gave you the lighter.
Maximum irony that as a non-believer, she's here in the place the cult trained their whole lives to be in. And I'm wrong. Foster didn't give the lighter to the voice, he gave it to her. The game sure seems to think this is important.
He gave you the lighter, so he must have wanted me to take you here.
And we get the name of the voice! London. I still don't know what London is. He sounds way too human to be an AI, and he's 1,000 years old. So how is he alive? Have we solved aging? The heroine said her grandfather was hundreds of years old. Is he a cyborg? Does she have a cyborg grandfather? Maybe London is in stasis, but his mind still works, like in the movie Dark Star. Their captain is mostly dead, but they have him frozen so they can talk to him with telepathic equipment.
Commander, sir, we have a big problem.
So many malfunctions. Why don't you have anything nice to tell me when you activate me?
Well, the Infinite Palace leads us to some sort of shrine room, and she recognizes the Techno Altar. It's the same thing that converted Foster into a cube. Yeah, it has kind of an ominous feel to it, huh? Well, she decides to stick Foster the cube inside the beam of energy. Sure, Makes as much sense as anything else. Oh no, it's overloading! Ah! But this is a victory because London shouts and we learn her name. N. Now, I was hoping to add her to the roster of characters with letters for names, but it turns out it's EN. So, roster of characters with letters for N. Now, I was hoping to add her to the roster of characters with letters for names, but it turns out it's EN, so nope, that disqualifies her. Well, that broke the energy pillar, and now the palace is short-circuiting. Oh, and look, now our HUD has a mystery indicator 600 kilometers below us. Well, we better get a move on then, huh? And this strobe effect is actually pretty annoying, so skipping ahead here, the lights turn off, then bam, total darkness. But now the palace is fully lit and we see it in all its splendor. Excellent. What's not excellent is London tells us the palace is unstable, so the energy is fluctuating, and bam, another blackout. This is kind of annoying, but now we have air. Another blackout. Now we have flowers. What will we have next? Uh-oh. It's a black sludge thing that's moving. This is obviously pure evil, so we're having some horror with our beauty. More blackouts. Now it's bigger and thrashing around. Yeah, this is not what I'd want to see in my infinite palace. Feels like a horror to me. It's getting worse. Oh look, it's me! And I want to kill me! Yep, and that's the game! Running through the infinite palace while copies of yourself come to kill you. But we're not done here. Oh no! Thankfully, London unlocks our gun so we can defend ourselves, though our ammo recharges slowly one shot at a time unless you find these power-ups, so you want to conserve your shots. Oh, and look at that! Another annoying blackout! And now they've gotten back up again.
The palace resurrected them.
Who knows what this death trap is capable of? My guess is things will only get worse.
London is right. He's a prick and he's been wrong so far, but he's right about this. It's going to get worse. Now, initially, it's not so bad. Your doppelgangers are always coming for you, but they're shambling slowly and you can shoot them if there's too many. You can also choke them out if they don't see you. You can burn ammo for radar detection, and so on. It's your typical zombie evasion gameplay while you do things like collect markers to unlock an elevator. But of course, the irritating blackouts keep on coming. So that means you never really keep them down. So we have infinite respawning enemies in this game. Not a fan. But where things get real is on the next level, which looks amazing, by the way. Now, see, what the game doesn't tell you at first, and is happy to let you learn the hard way, or not, is after each blackout, the doppelgangers start mimicking your actions. Mostly. I'll get to that. So initially, they don't know they can go into the water, but they watch you do it, so next time, they're not scared of the water anymore. And of course, you probably saw this coming. If you shoot them, guess what they're going to be doing after the blackout? Yeah, this is not fun. Especially since there's not loads of cover in these wide open palace rooms. It's like the old taunt. You can run, but you can't hide. Except let's talk about running. Okay, if you look up any random review of this game, they're going to tell you that the doppelgangers will mimic your actions, so you have to be careful what you do. That is so not the full story, because they'll also do things I didn't teach them. They tell you that the doppelgangers will mimic your actions, so you have to be careful what you do. That is so not the full story, because they'll also do things I didn't teach them. First, they're coming for me at all times. I didn't seek them out to kill them. But okay, we'll assume that. Second, they're always going to jog towards you. See, me thinking I was clever, I spent one cycle doing nothing but walking slowly. See, the game even has a toggle between jog and walk. I figure if I'm fighting zombies, then I want George Romero style zombies. Well, too bad. After the blackout, they completely ignored my slow walking and kept jogging at me anyway. They can't figure out how to walk in ankle-deep water, but they can jog, huh? So I was playing by the game's stated rules and they killed me. Okay. Well, that means we're gonna be jogging a lot. Not running though. No running. They will learn that. That is not what I want to see. Yeah, no. This is ugly. Now, I think what the game wants you to do is be more stealthy, and in all fairness, I'm not the best at stealth games, but I'm seeing some roadblocks even then. First, this is not an ideal environment for stealth. A lot of stealth games have you in the shadows, lots of things to hide behind, duck into closets, that sort of thing. No, you're relatively exposed out here, and there's a lot of people looking for you. Now, they have that system where if they think they spotted you, they don't chase you immediately, but they do jog over to your location and start searching around corners, from a distance too. But even if you're a master of stealth, guess what? Every minute or two, the game's going to go dark and reset everything. So that means that those guards you thought you took care of are in different places now, and you could be exposed at any time. For me, this all leads to a constant feeling of stress. I'm not great at stealth games, there aren't easy places to hide, there are dozens of doppelgangers patrolling the area at any given time. If you learn the pattern of one doppelganger, it's just going to get reset, assuming it doesn't put you in the line of fire of 3 other patterns. Just from the law of averages, somebody's going to time. If you learn the pattern of one doppelganger, it's just going to get reset, assuming it doesn't put you in the line of fire of 3 other patterns. Just from the law of averages, somebody's going to see me no matter what. The pattern of one doppelganger, it's just going to get reset, assuming it doesn't put you in the line of fire of 3 other patterns. Just from the law of averages, somebody's going to see me no matter what I do. I can shove the enemies away, but that just buys me a few seconds, and I have limited stamina, so I can't do that too frequently. I can shoot them, but that's signing my death sentence for later, kind of like taking out a payday loan. And I have low ammo, just in case I got too good at that anyway. I can't run because that's another death sentence. I can smash them with these balls or choke them out, but that's not reliable. Those are all lucky breaks when they happen, and may not be an option if I have more than one on me. Now when things go dark, they stop imprinting my actions, so then I can run and go weapons hot, but that doesn't last long at all. And my trouble then I can one on me. Now when things go dark, they stop imprinting my actions, so then I can run and go weapons hot, but that doesn't last long at all. And my troubles usually don't conveniently coincide with that time span. Plus then, everything's dark and hard to see. And guess what? The doppelgangers can see in the dark. It feels like the game has a counter for every strategy you have at every turn. You're not going to be outsmarting this game, or at least I'm not. All I can really do is just reduce the probability of my demise. So sure, I can wait 3 seconds for a doppelganger to turn around if another one's not chasing me already. That sort of thing. Other than that, the only approach I'm seeing is just run and pray. No, excuse me, jog and pray. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, and it just creates this ball of stress in me the entire time. You don't get a break. It's the same gameplay from here on out. Now this reminds me of another game, or part of a game, Resident Evil. See, the old Resident Evil games had moments like this. You would have to get past zombies, but it would be too risky to fight them all. Plus, you needed to conserve your ammo because there would be something even worse later. So it would create these stressful situations where you would have to run by them, or maybe just fight one zombie, then keep on moving. You weren't sure exactly what the best thing to do was. Parts of it were run and pray. But parts of it were. That wasn't the whole game. There would be easy zombies, puzzles to solve, monsters you knew you needed to fight, ones you knew you should probably just run, and then moments of calm in the eye of the storm in the save room. Oh man, who didn't like the save room music? Oh man, who didn't like the save you knew you needed to fight, ones you knew you should probably just run, and then moments of calm in the eye of the storm in the save room. Oh man, who didn't like the save room music? What? Oh. So Resident Evil had pacing. Echo had great pacing to start off and still has narrative chunks in between levels, but its actual gameplay is relentless. You don't get a break, you get gray hairs from the stress. Just look at N. Well, maybe she's just blonde. Now, some may point out how I'm not using the detection sphere, but I really don't think that's my main problem. See, I'm assuming someone's chasing me at all times, because they are about half the time, and there are so many doppelgangers that it's always going to be lighting up over something, and that doesn't tell me which way they're looking or what their direction is. It's like having a mosquito detector in a swamp. And again, if I stop to learn where everyone is, then that doesn't mean much because it's all going to be reset. The reset, Jesus Christ. Okay, I've stated before, I hate infinite respawning enemies. In my opinion, that's good for one thing, and that's letting the player know they need to run away. Except here, you're punished for running, so they're good for nothing. But even without that, this constant cut to black is driving me insane. I just find this incredibly annoying. You know how some movie trailers fade or cut to black way too much, and it just makes you want to throw your drink at the screen? Well, apparently the designer thought, let's create an entire game on that concept. It never ends and they're uneven. Sometimes they're long, sometimes they're short. I just get irritated of this constant flashing to black. Especially when the palace is so damn bright. I mean, look at this. This is spectacular. Why keep flashing this to black so your eyes never get adjusted? And it plants in your mind that you can never just stop and enjoy what you're looking at. They're going to keep pulling the light out from under you over and over again. This makes me kind of hate the game, even though I'm loving the palace. And speaking of hate, how could I forget? There is one more way the doppelgangers differ from you. They're copies of you, so they have your same physique, right? Not quite. You see, when they spot you and start chasing you, they run ever so slightly faster than you do, and they reacquire you from turning perfectly. So that means at some point they catch up to you and grab you and you're done. Even on complete straightaways. So in case the game wasn't stressful enough, not only can you not outrun them, but you can't keep pace with them. They'll gain on you eventually. This game counters you at every turn. Well, this taught me one of my weaknesses, which is being mobbed to death by myself. I guess there's a moral here in that you can't defeat yourself. You just have to run and hide from yourself forever and hope you don't kill you. That's the message here, right? Oh, sorry, the video had a blackout. Well, I'm sick, right? Run and hide from yourself forever and hope you don't kill you. That's the message here, right? Oh, sorry, the video had a blackout. Well, I'm saying, Uncle, I have one hope for mercy. I've been playing on normal. Nope, going to easy. I feel no shame. Not from this game. It doesn't feel impossible on normal, but it sure doesn't feel fun either. On easy, I'm not sure what they changed. It does seem slightly easier, though not substantially. I'm guessing there are fewer copies of myself? You know, I've thought about before how much more I could get done if I had copies of myself. We could split up the work and accomplish more of our goals in life. But even then, I don't think I would need more than 3 or 4 copies maximum. Any more than that, and it would just get too hard to coordinate things. This is way too many doppelgangers. Back to the story, London mostly leaves us alone while everyone is trying to kill us. But in between levels, sometimes we have walking segments again where we get more. It turns out the cult N was in sucks even more than we first realized. In addition to gene manipulation, sometimes we have walking segments again where we get more. It turns out the cult N was in sucks even more than we first realized. In addition to gene manipulation, her grandfather was really proactive about which genes he wanted and made members compete against each other to the death in kind of a Hunger Games fashion. And if that's not bad enough, the winner of all this was taken away from the rest of the cultists, and they imagined it was on to glory, but no. The reality was her grandfather turned them into cubes to presumably resurrect them at the palace. He kept them in the dark, too. It turns out none of them realized this palace was real. They just aspired to the palace. And it's not clear if they thought that this was a metaphor, or just thought it was a secret room at their facility. This cult sucks. That's all you really need to know. Your only two options in it are either death by combat or get turned into a cube. I wouldn't join. Oh, and N now has a theory on what the palace is. She thinks it's a retirement home built by the super rich where they live in luxury and achieve immortality. And the doppelgangers are just to watch them fight for their amusement. She thinks her grandfather wasn't a part of this, but he wanted in on the action, which is why he was training his army of cubes to come raid the place. Well, we literally have nothing else to go on, so sure, why not? Well, action, amusement. She thinks her grandfather wasn't a part of this, but he wanted in on the action, which is why he was training his army of cubes to come raid the place. Well, we literally have nothing else to go on, so sure, why not? So that's her story so far, but let's talk about this presentation. I hate this. Okay, it's presented by Anne and London talking to each other. Fine. And I have to navigate these walkways while they talk. Fine. But then they cut my speed to a fraction of what it was. Okay, am I the only person who thinks this method of exposition is complete garbage for games? Now, it's an age-old argument in games as how to handle cutscenes. Since some gamers hate them and just want to jump straight to the gameplay, others want to absorb the story and don't mind them. Well, I'm normally in that second camp myself, but just because I want to watch the cutscenes and get the story, I don't see that as a reason why other players need to suffer. I literally can't think of a reason why you shouldn't be allowed to skip through any cutscene you want, as long as it's not easy to do by accident. Well, Echo is the worst of both worlds. Not only can you not skip through this, but you also have to hold down forward the entire time and do it at a slow speed. I would be more forgiving of this sort of thing if it was from the 80s or 90s, where developers were still figuring out what works. But this came out in 2017. No, we're long past the point of figuring out how to make a game that isn't irritating. Now, you can make the argument that they want you to listen to the story, but want you to be free to look around. Okay, well then why not make the scene automatic, but still let me look around while they talk? I seem to recall a game popularizing that method of exposition, and it did okay. And I realize this is super nitpicky, but for whatever reason, I found this to be the most irritating part of the game. Wait, no, the blackouts. The blackouts are more irritating. But this is the second most irritating. I don't even know why, but seeing my speed cut in half and having to hold down forward for minutes at a time or the game stops just isn't fun. This got me thinking how capping your player's speed when you know they can go faster kind of feels bad in every game, I think. The only time it feels good is if I'm moving some gigantic vehicle or heavy weapon to a location where I know I'm going to rain down ever-loving hell on my enemies. In those cases, it's almost like you can feel the power you're dragging to your target. You're still moving slowly, but oh yeah, it's gonna be so sweet once you get there. You're bringing the thunder. It builds the anticipation. But back to Echo. We are now in the green portion of the palace. I know I keep saying this, but this is gorgeous. The lighting and downward slope really makes it feel like we're getting deeper. I think this actually might be a really good study for any level designers, since best I can tell, the game is mostly recycling the same assets, but the lighting and layout keeps making this feel fresh. I guess I should talk about the music. The calm sections, what few there are, have this really nice feel to them. Too bad about 80% of everything you're gonna hear is that same dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun track. This starts getting really old because it plays when doppelgangers are getting close. And guess when doppelgangers are getting close? All the fucking time! The game also has this motif it repeats a couple times that keeps making my brain do a double take because it kind of sounds like the beginning of Faint by Linkin Park. Because it kind of sounds like the beginning of all the fucking time. The game also has this motif it repeats a couple times that keeps making my brain do a double take because it kind of sounds like the beginning of Faint by Linkin Park. I'm not going to play that for comparison because on YouTube, that would be me playing copyright Russian roulette. But you can look it up. No, see, I shouldn't have even done that. You know, the first time I heard that song was in this Flash game called Goth Adventures, where it was playing in the background while you ran around your house trying to find ways to kill yourself as fast as possible. I was hoping to show it to you as proof I'm not making this up, but I can't find it now. That one may have been lost to history. It's okay, you didn't miss much. Oh, and I just want to comment on how this cube looks pretty awesome. It has this layered effect to it. I want to say this might be my favorite Soul Cube so far. Now, I know, everybody's going to point out the Soul Cube from Doom 3, but all that did was hover and spin some blades around, and it took 5 souls just to do that. Plus, we're stretching the definition of cube a bit with that one. Echoes is a lot more mysterious and definitely a cube. Now, of course, there's the puzzle box from Hellraiser, but I don't know if souls are involved with the cube itself or not. I've only seen the first movie, so I'll yield to Hellraiser fans as to whether that one qualifies as a soul cube. I think Echo is the safe winner for best soul cube, but I don't consider the matter closed. Now, the green level ended up for best soul cube. But I don't consider the matter closed. Now, the green level ended up getting so hard I thought I wasn't going to be able to make it, but then I decided since I had nothing left to lose, may as well go weapons hot and spend my future today. And yeah, that mostly worked. I couldn't pull that off earlier, but I could here. I mean, I could have just gotten lucky, which is what happened. I couldn't spend my... But then I decided the green level ended up getting so hard I thought I wasn't going to be able to make it, but then I decided since I had nothing left to lose, may as well go weapons hot and spend my future today. And yeah, that mostly worked. I couldn't pull that off earlier, but I could here. I mean, I could have just gotten lucky, which is what half this game is for me. Echo's giving me such mixed feelings, since I'm loving every single level, kind of hating the gameplay, and the jury's still out on the story. I feel like I personally would enjoy this game a lot more if it was a puzzle or exploration game and not just being chased all the time with limited options. Maybe this is what deer feel like. On the next level, everything is dark, which still looks pretty cool until you realize this is the bright portion and those damn blackouts keep coming. So now we have light dark, dark, and black. Seriously, this flash to black is driving me a little crazy. You're being spared from most of it, because I have mercy for you. It's probably happened 100 times by now. Now again, I'm not a stealth game expert, but I do feel qualified to say that easy mode is not easy. I mean, look at how many doppelgangers are spilling out here. I quit the game multiple times thinking I wasn't gonna make it, only to come back to it. But it doesn't feel like I'm any better, just the dice rolled a different way. And here we touch some black goo, which of course gives us a blackout. Then next thing you know, we're suspended in the air while the cube is ripped from us. You might think I cut out a transition here, but I really didn't. We wake up with London, the angriest I've heard him so far, berating us non-stop.
Neo-innocence rubbish.
Then the game starts dropping plot bombs on us. And this is the first real break we've received. It turns out the doppelgangers weren't interested in N. They wanted the cube. I don't know, they sure seemed more interested in killing me than anything else. If I was trying to steal a cube from myself, I would just grab it when I wasn't looking and run. But whatever, they don't murder me now. I finally feel free to actually explore the palace. This is so much nicer than the rest of the game. Unfortunately, that means I can't open doors, so we're gonna have to get the damn cube back. I don't really want it back. We also learned that I had it right the first time. London is an AI. Apparently he's an old one because humanity originally capped AI's intelligence to avoid a Skynet situation. But later ones were uncapped, capped AI's intelligence to avoid a Skynet situation. But later ones were uncapped and then became super religious. Yeah, that's kind of weird. So would their god even acknowledge them as having souls? Or is this an Omnissiah situation? But London is an AI! Jesus Christ! Well, he passes the Turing test with me, but was such a raging prick I wanted nothing to do with him. Wow, and here I complain about Windows. I didn't know how good I had it. I'd be begging for Windows compared to London. I wouldn't be able to get anything done with him. I'd have better luck with Marvin from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I think you ought to know I'm feeling very depressed.
Oh, God. And on to the gold level. This continues to feel fresh, although making the ceiling the same as the floor doesn't quite do it for me. As usual, most of the ceiling the same as the floor doesn't quite. This continues to feel fresh, although making the ceiling the same as the floor doesn't quite do it for me. As usual, most of the palace is just magnificent. In fact, I feel like I'm doing the game a disservice by showing it to you this way, because this is a game screaming for better anti-aliasing. You may have noticed a lot of shimmering from all the shiny architecture. Unfortunately, many anti-aliasing methods don't do anything to address that. So all I have left is downsampling, which takes more GPU muscle than I address that. So all I have, unfortunately, many anti-aliasing methods don't do anything to address that. So all I have left is downsampling, which takes more GPU muscle than I have. I've been adding a little bit, but not enough. This is about the best I can do, which I consider a bare minimum of acceptable anti-aliasing. Best I can do, which I a little bit, but not enough. This is about I have. I've been adding a little bit, but not enough. This is about the best I can do, which I consider a bare minimum of acceptable anti-aliasing. But that sends my frame rate through the floor. Really, I think the industry has been punching above its class for a long time as far as image quality. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who cares about this, but I think the industry has been punching above its class for a long time as far as image quality. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who cares about this, but you're trapped in this video, so you get to hear it. The thing is, anti-aliasing quality hasn't improved in about 20 years. In fact, we've gone backwards in quality in many ways. Look at this. Here's the game at native 1080 ultra quality anti-aliasing. This is considered ultra quality. Look at this. Here's the game at native 1080 ultra quality anti-aliasing. This is considered ultra quality. It's pathetic. This is like the last episode. I have to go beyond maximum quality to fix this. Last episode. I have to go beyond maximum quality to fix this. And even this isn't as clean as what I could get on a 20-year-old game. Now this is very unofficial, but here's my experience of the highest quality anti-aliasing that's been available for games over time. As you can see, not only has there been a drop, but for most games, they wouldn't be able to run smoothly with clean anti-aliasing on even the fastest hardware the year they came out. We've been sacrificing image fidelity in pursuit of more detailed graphics for decades. On even the fastest hardware the year they came out. We've been sacrificing image fidelity in pursuit of more detailed graphics for decades. And it bugs me because I can't unsee this shimmering. I'd rather have sacrificing image fidelity in pursuit of more detailed graphics for decades. And it bugs me because I can't unsee this shimmering. I'd rather have blockier graphics but a clean image. But back to the game. We're getting close to the end, but now we have these automatons that kill us and our clones. They also sprint and take 2 shots to kill. Yeah, that's great. I mean, it is cathartic seeing them kill my doppelgangers, but we have kind of a Warhammer situation where the enemy of your enemy isn't your friend. They're just an even worse enemy. And of course, they respawn just like everything else. I'm getting the sense we might be approaching the path to madness here, watching automatons kill us forever. I mean, if you look at how they... Oh, sorry, the video had another blackout. Those are kind of annoying, huh? Well, we get the final pieces of our story, which is Foster was hired to bring back N to her grandfather so she could be turned into a cube. Which he did, but he apparently we get the final pieces of our story, which is Foster was hired to bring back N to her grandfather so she could be turned into a cube. Which is Foster was hired to bring back N to her grandfather so pieces of our story, which is Foster was hired to bring back N to her grandfather so she could be turned into a cube. Which he did, but he apparently changed his mind at the last minute and helped her escape, and that's how they got injured. So N turned her so she could be turned into a cube. Which he did, but he apparently changed his mind at the last minute and helped her escape, and that's how they got injured. So N turned him into a cube as a Hail Mary to save him. Then N reveals that this was all part of the plan, and she was manipulating Foster into feeling sorry for her. And she's just a stone-cold survivor. Manipulating Foster into feeling sorry for her. That this was all part of the plan, and she was manipulating Foster into feeling sorry for her. And she's just a stone-cold survivor. Which I'm kind of not buying, since if that was the case, why go through all of this to try and resurrect Foster? But London tries to assure her that Foster was a stone-cold mercenary and didn't care about her. However, he also mentions that Foster might have been doing that thing people who live centuries do where they become detached from humanity and start losing themselves, so maybe that's why he did it, to feel something again. Although London admits Foster giving her the lighter works against his theory. That suggests he cared because the lighter meant nothing to him.
Foster was diving headfirst into the void, and I could do nothing.
So maybe that's why he did it, to feel something again. Although London admits Foster giving her the lighter works against his theory. That suggests he cared because the lighter meant nothing to him.
Foster was diving headfirst into the void, and I could do nothing about it. The only thing suggesting it could ever be any other way was that lighter. When I asked him about it, he said the lighter meant nothing to him. That was why he had it.
See? So, I'm getting lost here, but what's clear to me is these people can't decide what they want to do with their lives and keep changing their minds. So their motivations and actions aren't very consistent. This makes things confusing when they spend all their time reflecting on their motivations and actions. People like this aren't bad, but they're just gonna waste your time since all they do is introspect, even though they're making all this up as they go. If Anne grew up in a normal school, she would be in a drama club for sure. And here is our ending. We head into the white light, get one more blackout because this game can't help itself. Then the cube is gone and we use the lighter. Yeah, obviously this was really important, right? Then I think it becomes apparent N has to sacrifice herself in order to bring Foster back. She introspects some more and then goes for it. I wouldn't. I would have written my hand off and then gotten out of there. Then Foster wakes up and birds are chirping Foster back. She introspects some more and then goes for it. I wouldn't. I would have written my hand off and then gotten out of there. Then Foster wakes up and birds are chirping, even though he's still deep in the chamber. So I guess this is interpretive, but I think Foster is going to die because he's still hundreds of miles below ground. Now, yes, Anne took elevators, but she also went over a lot of ledges with no way back up. Now, the game did have grapes you can eat, but that's only on the upper levels. On the lower levels, the berries are inedible. Plus, wouldn't the cube just restore Foster the way he was? In other words, mortally wounded? He's not getting medical attention down here. Nobody wins. These are terrible decisions by everyone involved. Well, I guess I wasn't a fan of the story, but I think I still preferred it to none at all. See, this is one of those stories that obfuscates things and has moving music and imagery and good vocal performances. And because you don't understand everything that's happening, you're supposed to think it's deep, but obfuscates things and has moving music and imagery and good vocal performances. And because you don't understand everything that's happening, you're supposed to think it's deep, but I'm not getting that impression. See, there's the core story, which more or less gets explained by the end of the game. There's the surrounding story that further explains this world, which doesn't get explained at all, but that's actually not that important, because the fantastic world can just be a means to an end. So that begs the question, what was the point of this story? And I'm not coming up with much, besides watching people be emotional and introspective. So yeah, this didn't do it for me. Now there's always the possibility I'm too dumb to get it, but I tried. As for the rest of the game, I think this is a game that was better on paper than in practice. The respawning sounds like a novel idea, but wow, I found the blackouts annoying. Although I will say, even though it gave me grief, the gameplay felt more like questionable design decisions, rather than a situation where the developer just hates the players and wants them to suffer. I can't even explain why, but I just wasn't getting that vibe. In fact, if I were to try and fix the game, I would say just get rid of the resets. So yeah, I'm saying remove the core mechanic from the game to make it more fun. The enemies could still mimic me, but just stop them from coming back to life over and over. Then I could have a coherent strategy instead of jog and pray all the time. If I could have just strangled everyone, this would have gone a lot smoother. Though again, stealth isn't my favorite. If you love stealth games, but you're just too good because no one ever sees you coming, then you should probably play this game. See, it even unlocks challenge modes. Good God. Oh, we could have had big head mode? Yeah, there's your reason to replay right there. As for me, I love the Infinite Palace and want to see more of this sort of thing. Let's go nuts with our architecture in games. They're games. Go big. Don't hold back. This game didn't, and I think that's what carried it. Despite frequent parts I hated and wanting to quit multiple times, I think the game had heart and did not make me more cynical. So, good job, Echo. That's about it. And since I thought this ending was lame, I have a better one for you. You see, this is not my first time fighting doppelgangers. I remember Prince of Persia had one that caused me some real trouble, and when you finally confront him, he knows your every move. You just can't get an edge on him. So rather than fight to the death and be endlessly pursued by him like in this game, you know what you do? You put away your weapon. So he does the same. To thine own self be true. Turns out not trying to kill yourself is the answer to not killing yourself. Who knew? That's deep, right? I think that's at least as deep as this game. I guess that wouldn't have helped with the automatons, though. Well, she had. Who knew? Turns out not trying to kill yourself is the answer to not killing yourself. Who knew? That's deep, right? I think that's at least as deep as this game. I guess that wouldn't have helped with the automatons, though. Well, she had a blaster. All right, we're done. Damn it, hold on.
It's not about the lighter anymore.
The lighter.
Greetings, and today is an LGR thing I'm covering largely as an excuse to immerse myself in it again. This is Empire Earth, developed by Stainless Steel Studios for Windows PCs and published by Sierra Online in 2001. And back then I was quite the fan of Microsoft's Age of Empires games by Ensemble Studios. I mean, I still am, but back then, dude, that series was my own personal messiah of real-time strategy games. So Empire Earth appealed immediately due to its aesthetic similarities, being a history-based RTS where you begin in an ancient era and progress through time by harvesting resources and researching new technology. Then, once I learned development was helmed by Rick Goodman, one of the co-founders of Ensemble Studios and a lead designer on Age of Empires, I was 100% ready to give Empire Earth a chance. It certainly impressed on the packaging level, with a large gatefold box flaunting its art assets and strategically quoted praises from the press. And inside it gets even better, with an inner cardboard box holding an assortment of physical goodies, including a sizable technology tree that folds out to reveal a massive number of upgrades over 14 time periods, rightfully inviting comparisons to Sid Meier's Civilization in addition to Age of Empires. The box also contains a convenient quick reference card covering the game's dizzying number of hotkeys and shortcuts, and then there's the instruction manual, a 240-page opus of information, with 15 chapters, multiple appendices, and craploads of subsections dutifully covering each individual facet of gameplay. Fantastic stuff. It's almost anticlimactic seeing that the entire game is packed onto a single CD-ROM holding less than 600 megabytes, but you know, the early 2000s. Speaking of which, you gotta love this ad for those classic Alienware Area 51s. It seems you get $100 off a Pentium 4 build. Not bad. And my copy in particular also came with this printout from the previous owner, revealing they had problems getting the game to run at all on their Dell Dimension 4300. Sierra's just like, shut down everything and check DirectX or whatever. Dude, what you gonna do? You got a Dell. Anyway, that's enough paperwork. Let's start up Empire Earth and explore 500,000 years of human history. It begins with the usual assortment of animated logos and intro cinematics, with the main video showing a leader throughout multiple periods in time, each having something going on with his right eye. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Apparently, depth perception is not a requirement for military leadership, so that's encouraging. After this is the main menu with options for single-player, multiplayer, game tools, settings, and exit! Unfortunately, Empire Earth's official multiplayer lobbies were taken down years back, though there are still ways to play online through fan-made servers like neoee.net if that's your jam. But yeah, for this video, let's jump into the single player, which admittedly looks a whole lot like Age of Empires. You're presented with choices for playing a random map, 4 campaigns, custom scenarios, saved games, and learning things. That last one supplies new players with 8 tutorial maps guiding you step by step through the most important systems and strategies.
Citizens construct all the buildings and gather all the natural resources that are necessary for a civilization's survival and growth.
It's good stuff, with fully voiced narration and maps purpose-built to ensure that you don't get too far ahead of the tutorial by accident. However, if you've played Age of Empires or even like Command & Conquer or Warcraft, then you've already got a general idea of how it'll go. There's a central building acting as a base. You send out units to collect resources from the map, construct more units and buildings using those resources, and progress things by dedicating resources to upgrading tech. Custom-made scenario or the main campaign, the core formula changes little. What does change are the individual goals for each map, ranging from basic survival to building wonders to forging alliances to complete and total domination of everyone on the map. Personally, I prefer playing randomly generated maps and duking it out against AI players, even if the AI leaves a bit to be desired considering how much it tends to cheat. It's still an undeniably fun time for me. There's something sensationally appealing about beginning with a few basic units, an unseen map, and a massive tech tree just itching to be researched. No story, no waypoints, nothing getting in the way of me and my own individualized path towards real-time strategic world domination. And Empire Earth is a prime choice for that kind of gaming, with its mixture of world history and the game mechanics popularized by both Age of Empires and Sid Meier's Civilization. An RTS game where you're allowed to advance yourself so far ahead of the competition technologically is wildly captivating to me. where the enemy is still floundering around in a prehistoric era while you're rolling up in a squadron of tanks, helicopter gunships, and atomic age bombers ready to nuke them back to the Stone Age. Except they were still technically in the Stone Age anyway, so you haven't really done much except glean some kind of twisted catharsis by way of technological overkill. Whatever, man, that stuff's precisely my brand of enjoyment. Taking real-life history and coming up with your own alternate timelines through gameplay, it's pretty much the best. And it's one of the biggest reasons I continually return to the classic AoE and Civ games again and again. But with those, you're stuck choosing between two very different approaches to the same idea. And that's where Empire Earth comes in. Let's start with the passage of time itself, which functions a bit more like Age of Empires than Civ, despite spanning 500,000 years. There are no individual years stated, but rather multiple ages to progress through, representing sections of history, referred to here as epochs. Each epoch provides the opportunity to utilize a distinct set of buildings, units, and technologies, and you progress to the next one by accumulating the proper buildings and resources from the current epoch and selecting it as an upgrade from your capital building. Of course, the effectiveness of each unit, building, or technology depends on your chosen historical civilization, with each one boasting their own strengths and trade-offs. There's also the option to roll your own through the built-in civilization editor, as well as opportunities to upgrade stat bonuses at certain points throughout time, a fun departure from the classic Age of Empires formula. Another one is the population system. Not like number of units, I mean the ability to populate certain buildings. For example, placing citizens inside of a settlement will upgrade it to a town center, and placing more citizens inside a town center will upgrade it to a capital. Same goes with granaries, which will improve the resource output of its resulting farms. And once citizens are inside, they stay inside, making it a kind of upgrade as opposed to the garrison system seen in Age of Empires 2. Populating buildings is especially important when expanding your empire, since you can't simply plop down a fully formed town center any time. You need at least 5 disposable citizens nearby to make that happen. This means that sometimes the more effective strategy is to accumulate and send in a bunch of priests to convert enemy citizens instead. They may not have the iconic AoE Wololo going on, but they still have similar types of mystical conversion powers at their disposal. And religion goes further than that with the addition of prophets, which may be slow to move and even slower to regenerate energy, but are massively powerful in their ability to cause calamities. Earthquakes, volcanoes, firestorms, malaria, plague, hurricanes, it's awesomely crazy stuff. Kinda feels like a precursor to what we get in 2002 with Age of Mythology now that I think about it. That is to say, it's supernaturally ball-busting stuff if you fail to adequately prepare yourself to handle it. Which in this case means placing your own temples to counteract any powerful prophetic nonsense. Another world-changing addition arrives in the form of the World Wonders, which serve more of a practical purpose compared to the original Age of Empires. They're more in line with Civilization, where wonders provide stats bonuses to the player that constructs them. A few examples are the Library of Alexandria that reveals all buildings on the map, the Temple of Zeus that allows your population to self-heal instead of relying on hospital buildings, and the Pharos Lighthouse that lifts the fog of war from waterways. Then there are hero units, available in both strategist and warrior types. Who they are changes with each passing epoch, but they provide extra oomph for your armies by doing things like healing nearby units, performing battle cries, and doling out powerful attacks, and generating positive Greetings, and today is an LGR thing I'm covering largely as an excuse to immerse myself in it again. This is Empire Earth, developed by Stainless Steel Studios for Windows PCs and published by Sierra Online in 2001. And back then I was quite the fan of Microsoft's Age of Empires games by Ensemble Studios. I mean, I still am, but back then, dude, that series was my own personal messiah of real-time strategy games. So Empire Earth appealed immediately due to its aesthetic similarities, being a history-based RTS where you begin in an ancient era and progress through time by harvesting resources and researching new technology. Then, once I learned development was helmed by Rick Goodman, one of the co-founders of Ensemble Studios and a lead designer on Age of Empires, I was 100% ready to give Empire Earth a chance. It certainly impressed on the packaging level, with a large gatefold box flaunting its art assets and strategically quoted praises from the press. And inside, it gets even better, with an inner cardboard box holding an assortment of physical goodies, including a sizable technology tree that folds out to reveal a massive number of upgrades over 14 time periods, rightfully inviting comparisons to Sid Meier's Civilization in addition to Age of Empires. The box also contains a convenient quick reference card covering the game's dizzying number of hotkeys and shortcuts, and then there's the instruction manual, a 240-page opus of information, with 15 chapters, multiple appendices, and craploads of subsections dutifully covering each individual facet of gameplay. Fantastic stuff. It's almost anticlimactic seeing that the entire game is packed onto a single CD-ROM holding less than 600 megabytes, but you know, the early 2000s. Speaking of which, you gotta love this ad for those classic Alienware Area 51s. It seems you get $100 off a Pentium 4 build. Not bad. And my copy in particular also came with this printout from the previous owner, revealing they had problems getting the game to run at all on their Dell Dimension 4300. Sierra's just like, shut down everything and check DirectX or whatever. Dude, what you gonna do? You got a Dell. Anyway, that's enough paperwork. Let's start up Empire Earth and explore 500,000 years of human history. It begins with the usual assortment of animated logos and intro cinematics, with the main video showing a leader throughout multiple periods in time, each having something going on with his right eye. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Apparently, depth perception is not a requirement for military leadership, so that's encouraging. After this is the main menu with options for single-player, multiplayer, game tools, settings, and exit! Unfortunately, Empire Earth's official multiplayer lobbies were taken down years back, though there are still ways to play online through fan-made servers like neoee.net if that's your jam. But yeah, for this video, let's jump into the single player, which admittedly looks a whole lot like Age of Empires. You're presented with choices for playing a random map, 4 campaigns, custom scenarios, saved games, and learning things. That last one supplies new players with 8 tutorial maps guiding you step by step through the most important systems and strategies.
Citizens construct all the buildings and gather all the natural resources that are necessary for a civilization's survival and growth.
It's good stuff, with fully voiced narration and maps purpose-built to ensure that you don't get too far ahead of the tutorial by accident. However, if you've played Age of Empires or even like Command & Conquer or Warcraft, then you've already got a general idea of how it'll go. There's a central building acting as a base. You send out units to collect resources from the map, construct more units and buildings using those resources, and progress things by dedicating resources to upgrading tech. Custom-made scenario or the main campaign, the core formula changes little. What does change are the individual goals for each map, ranging from basic survival to building wonders to forging alliances to complete and total domination of everyone on the map. Personally, I prefer playing randomly generated maps and duking it out against AI players, even if the AI leaves a bit to be desired considering how much it tends to cheat. It's still an undeniably fun time for me. There's something sensationally appealing about beginning with a few basic units, an unseen map, and a massive tech tree just itching to be researched. No story, no waypoints, nothing getting in the way of me and my own individualized path towards real-time strategic world domination. And Empire Earth is a prime choice for that kind of gaming, with its mixture of world history and the game mechanics popularized by both Age of Empires and Sid Meier's Civilization. An RTS game where you're allowed to advance yourself so far ahead of the competition technologically is wildly captivating to me. Where the enemy is still floundering around in a prehistoric era while you're rolling up in a squadron of tanks, helicopter gunships, and atomic age bombers ready to nuke them back to the Stone Age. Except they were still technically in the Stone Age anyway, so you haven't really done much except glean some kind of twisted catharsis by way of technological overkill. Whatever, man, that stuff's precisely my brand of enjoyment. Taking real-life history and coming up with your own alternate timelines through gameplay, it's pretty much the best. And it's one of the biggest reasons I continually return to the classic AoE and Civ games again and again. But with those, you're stuck choosing between 2 very different approaches to the same idea. And that's where Empire Earth comes in. Let's start with the passage of time itself, which functions a bit more like Age of Empires than Civ, despite spanning 500,000 years. There are no individual years stated, but rather multiple ages to progress through, representing sections of history, referred to here as epochs. Each epoch provides the opportunity to utilize a distinct set of buildings, units, and technologies, and you progress to the next one by accumulating the proper buildings and resources from the current epoch and selecting it as an upgrade from your capital building. Of course, the effectiveness of each unit, building, or technology depends on your chosen historical civilization, with each one boasting their own strengths and trade-offs. There's also the option to roll your own through the built-in civilization editor, as well as opportunities to upgrade stat bonuses at certain points throughout time, a fun departure from the classic Age of Empires formula. Another one is the population system. Not like number of units, I mean the ability to populate certain buildings. For example, placing citizens inside of a settlement will upgrade it to a town center, and placing more citizens inside a town center will upgrade it to a capital. Same goes with granaries, which will improve the resource output of its resulting farms. And once citizens are inside, they stay inside, making it a kind of upgrade as opposed to the garrison system seen in Age of Empires 2. Populating buildings is especially important when expanding your empire, since you can't simply plop down a fully formed town center any time. You need at least 5 disposable citizens nearby to make that happen. This means that sometimes the more effective strategy is to accumulate and send in a bunch of priests to convert enemy citizens instead. They may not have the iconic AoE Wololo going on, but they still have similar types of mystical conversion powers at their disposal. And religion goes further than that with the addition of prophets, which may be slow to move and even slower to regenerate energy, but are massively powerful in their ability to cause calamities. Earthquakes, volcanoes, firestorms, malaria, plague, hurricanes, it's awesomely crazy stuff. Kinda feels like a precursor to what we get in 2002 with Age of Mythology now that I think about it. That is to say, it's supernaturally ball-busting stuff if you fail to adequately prepare yourself to handle it. Which in this case means placing your own temples to counteract any powerful prophetic nonsense. Another world-changing addition arrives in the form of the World Wonders, which serve more of a practical purpose compared to the original Age of Empires. They're more in line with Civilization, where wonders provide stats bonuses to the player that constructs them. A few examples are the Library of Alexandria that reveals all buildings on the map, the Temple of Zeus that allows your population to self-heal instead of relying on hospital buildings, and the Pharos Lighthouse that lifts the fog of war from waterways. Then there are hero units, available in both strategist and warrior types. Who they are changes with each passing epoch. Greetings, and today is an LGR thing I'm covering largely as an excuse to immerse myself in it again. This is Empire Earth, developed by Stainless Steel Studios for Windows PCs and published by Sierra Online in 2001. And back then I was quite the fan of Microsoft's Age of Empires games by Ensemble Studios. I mean, I still am, but back then, dude, that series was my own personal messiah of real-time strategy games. So Empire Earth appealed immediately due to its aesthetic similarities, being a history-based RTS where you begin in an ancient era and progress through time by harvesting resources and researching new technology. Then, once I learned development was helmed by Rick Goodman, one of the co-founders of Ensemble Studios and a lead designer on Age of Empires, I was 100% ready to give Empire Earth a chance. It certainly impressed on the packaging level, with a large gatefold box flaunting its art assets and strategically quoted praises from the press. And inside it gets even better, with an inner cardboard box holding an assortment of physical goodies, including a sizable technology tree that folds out to reveal a massive number of upgrades over 14 time periods, rightfully inviting comparisons to Sid Meier's Civilization in addition to Age of Empires. The box also contains a convenient quick reference card covering the game's dizzying number of hotkeys and shortcuts, and then there's the instruction manual, a 240-page opus of information, with 15 chapters, multiple appendices, and craploads of subsections dutifully covering each individual facet of gameplay. Fantastic stuff. It's almost anticlimactic seeing that the entire game is packed onto a single CD-ROM holding less than 600 megabytes, but you know, the early 2000s. Speaking of which, you gotta love this ad for those classic Alienware Area 51s. It seems you get $100 off a Pentium 4 build. Not bad. And my copy in particular also came with this printout from the previous owner, revealing they had problems getting the game to run at all on their Dell Dimension 4300. Sierra's just like, shut down everything and check DirectX or whatever. Dude, what you gonna do? You got a Dell. Anyway, that's enough paperwork. Let's start up Empire Earth and explore 500,000 years of human history. It begins with the usual assortment of animated logos and intro cinematics, with the main video showing a leader throughout multiple periods in time, each having something going on with his right eye. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Apparently, depth perception is not a requirement for military leadership, so that's encouraging. After this is the main menu with options for single player, multiplayer, game tools, settings, and exit! Unfortunately, Empire Earth's official multiplayer lobbies were taken down years back, though there are still ways to play online through fan-made servers like neoee.net if that's your jam. But yeah, for this video, let's jump into the single player, which admittedly looks a whole lot like Age of Empires. You're presented with choices for playing a random map, 4 campaigns, custom scenarios, saved games, and learning things. That last one supplies new players with 8 tutorial maps guiding you step by step through the most important systems and strategies.
Citizens construct all the buildings and gather all the natural resources that are necessary for a civilization's survival and growth.
It's good stuff, with fully voiced narration and maps purpose-built to ensure that you don't get too far ahead of the tutorial by accident. However, if you've played Age of Empires or even like Command & Conquer or Warcraft, then you've already got a general idea of how it'll go. There's a central building acting as a base. You send out units to collect resources from the map, construct more units and buildings using those resources, and progress things by dedicating resources to upgrading tech. Custom-made scenario or the main campaign, the core formula changes little. What does change are the individual goals for each map, ranging from basic survival to building wonders to forging alliances to complete and total domination of everyone on the map. Personally, I prefer playing randomly generated maps and duking it out against AI players, even if the AI leaves a bit to be desired considering how much it tends to cheat. It's still an undeniably fun time for me. There's something sensationally appealing about beginning with a few basic units, an unseen map, and a massive tech tree just itching to be researched. No story, no waypoints, nothing getting in the way of me and my own individualized path towards real-time strategic world domination. And Empire Earth is a prime choice for that kind of gaming, with its mixture of world history and the game mechanics popularized by both Age of Empires and Sid Meier's Civilization. An RTS game where you're allowed to advance yourself so far ahead of the competition technologically is wildly captivating to me. Where the enemy is still floundering around in a prehistoric era while you're rolling up in a squadron of tanks, helicopter gunships, and atomic age bombers ready to nuke them back to the Stone Age. Except they were still technically in the Stone Age anyway, so you haven't really done much except glean some kind of twisted catharsis by way of technological overkill. Whatever, man, that stuff's precisely my brand of enjoyment. Taking real-life history and coming up with your own alternate timelines through gameplay, it's pretty much the best. And it's one of the biggest reasons I continually return to the classic AoE and Civ games again and again. But with those, you're stuck choosing between 2 very different approaches to the same idea. And that's where Empire Earth comes in. Let's start with the passage of time itself, which functions a bit more like Age of Empires than Civ, despite spanning 500,000 years. There are no individual years stated, but rather multiple ages to progress through, representing sections of history, referred to here as epochs. Each epoch provides the opportunity to utilize a distinct set of buildings, units, and technologies, and you progress to the next one by accumulating the proper buildings and resources from the current epoch and selecting it as an upgrade from your capital building. Of course, the effectiveness of each unit, building, or technology depends on your chosen historical civilization, with each one boasting their own strengths and trade-offs. There's also the option to roll your own through the built-in Civilization editor, as well as opportunities to upgrade stat bonuses at certain points throughout time, a fun departure from the classic Age of Empires formula. Another one is the population system. Not like number of units, I mean the ability to populate certain buildings. For example, placing citizens inside of a settlement will upgrade it to a town center, and placing more citizens inside a town center will upgrade it to a capital. Same goes with granaries, which will improve the resource output of its resulting farms. And once citizens are inside, they stay inside, making it a kind of upgrade as opposed to the garrison system seen in Age of Empires 2. Populating buildings is especially important when expanding your empire, since you can't simply plop down a fully formed town center any time. You need at least 5 disposable citizens nearby to make that happen. This means that sometimes the more effective strategy is to accumulate and send in a bunch of priests to convert enemy citizens instead. They may not have the iconic AoE Wololo going on, but they still have similar types of mystical conversion powers at their disposal. And religion goes further than that with the addition
Fakti, viedokļi, idejas. Raidījums Krustpunktā ar izpratni par būtisko.
Studijā Aidis Tomsons. Šīs dienas Krustpunktā lielās intervijas viešņa raidījumā pirms dažiem gadiem jau viesojās. Toreiz viņa nesen bija pārcēlusies uz Latviju, līdz atvedot arī virkni citu Krievijas žurnālistu. Pēc piedzīvotajām grūtībām godprātīgi darīt savu darbu Maskavā, toreiz tika nolemts izveidot redakciju Rīgā, lai jau no šejienes nodrošinātu lielās kaimiņu valsts iedzīvotājus ar neatkarīgu un objektīvu informāciju. Atceros arī toreiz viņa sacīja, ka cer uz pārmaiņām savā dzimtenē, lai varētu atgriezties un turpināt darbu tur. Ir pagājuši vairāki gadi, un izskatās, ka tā situācija ir kļuvusi tikai sliktāka. Pirms mēneša parādījās ziņa, ka redakcija cīnās par izdzīvošanu, jo Krievijas varai ir iespējas ietekmēt viņus arī šeit, Latvijā. Par to, kas tad notiek blakus esošajā lielvalstī un kādas vēl ir palikušas iespējas neatkarīgai žurnālistikai tur. Krustpunktā pirmdienās lielās intervijas viešņa šodien ir portāla Медуза ģenerāldirektora Галина Тимченко. День добрый вам.
Добрый день.
Я рад вас опять видеть в нашей программе. Где-то месяц тому назад нас достигла новость, что вы боретесь за выживание. Какая сейчас эта ситуация?
Продолжаем бороться за выживание.
Что это значит? Почему такая ситуация?
Российское Министерство юстиции объявило наше издание иностранным агентом. Это организация, которая действует в интересах недружественных стран России. Догадайтесь, какие страны мы считаем недружественными. Значит, сразу после этого, надо сказать, что мы первая коммерческая организация, которую объявили иностранным агентом. Вот. Сразу после этого мы лишились основного источника нашего дохода – это реклама. Это была и баннерная, и нативная реклама. Наши рекламодатели не захотели проблем, и мы их
опять видеть в нашей программе. Где-то месяц тому назад нас достигла новость, что вы боретесь за выживание. Какая сейчас эта ситуация?
Продолжаем бороться за выживание.
Что это значит? Почему такая ситуация?
Российское Министерство юстиции объявило наше издание иностранным агентом. Это организация, которая действует в интересах недружественных стран России. Догадайтесь, какие страны мы считаем недружественными. Вот. Значит, сразу после этого, надо сказать, что мы первая коммерческая организация, которую объявили иностранным агентом. Вот. Сразу после этого мы лишились основного источника нашего дохода – это реклама. Это была и баннерная, и нативная реклама. Наши рекламодатели не захотели проблем, и мы их понимаем. Как бы сражаться с российским государством – это тяжелая история. Вот. Бизнес любит тишину, бизнес любит спокойствие, бизнес не любит конфликтов и скандалов. Мы лишились практически всей своей выручки, и в этих условиях хотели уже закрыть наше издание, но редакция решила немножко побороться за жизнь. Вот. А поскольку у нас не стало рекламодателей, но у нас есть много читателей, вот, то для нас это был такой своего рода вызов проверить, а действительно ли у нас так много читателей, что мы сможем какое-то время продержаться. Мы обратились к читателям со словами: у нас больше нет рекламодателей, но у нас есть вы. Если вы считаете или вы хотите нас читать, поддержите нас, пожалуйста. Вот. И 85 тысяч человек сказали: мы готовы поддержать вас, пусть даже очень небольшой суммой, но мы готовы перечислить вам деньги, чтобы вы жили. Вот. Таким образом, мы выиграли сколько-то времени для того, чтобы решить, как быть дальше, как перегруппироваться и как выживать в дальнейшем.
Это не плата за... Ну, то есть это не абонентная плата, это просто как пожертвование?
Это просто пожертвование, да.
85 тысяч все-таки людей, да?
Да.
Ну и на какое время вам хватает такая...
Но, к сожалению, нас слушают не только хорошие люди, но и плохие. Мы пока, к сожалению, не можем. Мы написали письмо нашим читателям с благодарностью, но внутри редакции мы решили, что мы пока не можем обнародовать эти суммы, потому что, к сожалению, есть люди, которые очень хотят, чтобы нас не было. Вот. Все, что я могу сказать, мы выиграли немножко времени для того, чтобы перепридумать, как мы будем жить дальше.
За то, что они хотя бы таким образом вас поддержали, за это у них санкции не грозят?
Пока нет. Пока закон не предусматривает никаких санкций за финансовую поддержку. Но вот если нас признают экстремистами, тогда да.
И такая возможность тоже есть?
Ну, всегда российское государство, к сожалению, умеет принять какой-нибудь очередной закон, который имеет обратную силу.
Вы готовы были к такому повороту событий?
Да, готовы. Ну, мы, если говорить, конечно, немножко самонадеянно говорить, что готовы, на самом деле все равно нет. Просто мы с главным редактором «Медузы» Иваном Колпаковым где-то месяца за 2, за 3 до того, как это случилось, мы сели и расписали возможные сценарии, что с нами будет. И вот этот сценарий был номером 2. Первый сценарий был так же, как и сейчас. Здесь не очень хорошо, здесь не очень хорошо. Здесь поджали, здесь внесли в какие-то списки. Но вот это был сценарий номер 2. И, в общем-то, из многих российских медиа мы, выходящих внутри России и на русском языке, я имею в виду, мы, в общем, наиболее подготовлены к этому были. Но, тем не менее, невозможно быть к этому все равно готовым целиком.
Как вы считаете, есть вообще будущее сейчас в России такая независимая журналистика?
Вы знаете, я, как бы сказать, наверное, прозвучу нелогично, но тем не менее есть. Понимаете, журналистика жива ведь не тогда, когда жива индустрия печатная, а пока есть люди, которые хотят этим заниматься. Мы живем, слава богу, в 2021 году. Мы живем в 2021 году и в 21 веке, когда возможности распространения свободного слова никак не зависят от желания властей. Всегда есть интернет, есть множество платформ, и очень много независимых журналистов работают вообще в одиночку, да, как стендалон блоги, или на независимых платформах, или на крупных платформах, таких как YouTube, например. Вот. Поэтому самое главное, чтобы были люди, которые хотят этим заниматься, и возможность достучаться до аудитории. Пока эта возможность есть, значит, живая журналистика.
Но, то есть, то, что вы говорите, в принципе, означает даже то, если «Медузы» не будет, в каком-то образе, я понимаю, ваше желание есть, и, то есть,
да, конечно,
работать
конечно.
будете, если не так, то по-другому.
Мы постараемся, да, мы постараемся в любом случае не уходить из зоны внимания читателей.
Вы уже разрабатываете эти резервные сценарии?
Мы уже их воплощаем, мы избавляемся от всех сайд-проектов. Ну, например, мы отделили студию подкастов. Это была наша, в общем, моя личная гордость, потому что я ее запустила. И мне было очень приятно, что у нас была большая линейка подкастов, в том числе и про Латвию, например. Вот. Это мой любимый подкаст, который назывался «Лаби». Вот. Мы запустили линейку подкастов, и сейчас мы их выделили в независимую студию подкастов от нас. Они могут жить без клейма иностранного агента, они могут зарабатывать деньги самостоятельно, поэтому мы, в общем, сделали их независимыми от себя. Точно так же мы отделили проект Катерины Гордеевой «Скажи Гордеевой», это YouTube-шоу, интервью с значимыми людьми, в основном с женщинами, которые влияют на жизнь внутри России. Мы выделили YouTube-шоу Антона Долина, «Радио Долин», которое посвящено культурной повестке, он как культурный обозреватель работал. Вот. И, в общем-то, на самом деле мы избавляемся сейчас от всех проектов, которые так или иначе не основной продукт, не новости, не общественно-политическая повестка.
Ну и насчет, если надо будет, или если есть работать сейчас как в интернете, как новости, у вас сколько вы можете делиться своими планами, или эти тоже, потому что вас прослушивает?
Ну, мы, скажем так, мы сделаем все возможное для того, чтобы сохранить общественно-политическую, новостную повестку и отдел специальных корреспондентов и расследования, которые, собственно, наша гордость.
Немножко вообще про то, что как было последние года. У вас аудитория сохраняется, растет, падает?
Она росла, и во время в ковидный год она начала стагнировать, объем аудитории. Но мы испугались, но, к счастью, это не только у нас. Это вообще независимые, ну вообще, я не знаю, как другие медиа, но мы посмотрели по независимым медиа. Снижается аудитория практически у всех в ковидный год. Люди очень устали от новостной и тяжелой повестки. Этот ковидный год, к сожалению, привел к снижению общего интереса к общественно-политической повестке. И слишком много плохих новостей. Люди не очень любят это.
Тогда вам надо больше
про хорошее. То, что касается хороших новостей, мы провели такой эксперимент. Наш Инстаграм Медуза Про, он как раз объявил своей стратегией эмоциональную поддержку читателей. И вот они растут сумасшедшими темпами. Там 1 миллион подписчиков. Вот, и хорошие новости.
Так может быть в России...
Доброта и милота.
Да. В России ситуация с ковидом хуже, чем в Латвии?
Да.
Только об этом не говорят, я думаю, в официальных медиа. Да.
Только об этом не говорят. Ну, говорят, но не все, не всегда. И когда ты говоришь об этом в открытую, то, например, так же, как «Медузу», некоторые сенаторы или некоторые депутаты Государственной Думы хотят внести нас в список людей, которые вредят стране, потому что, согласно официальной официальной политике, Россия первой победила ковид, если вы не знали.
Ладно, еще немножко про аудиторию, чтобы не кидаться туда-сюда. Какая, например, сколько у вас читателей?
Я могу сказать на сегодня, но, в принципе, сегодня у нас месяц не закончился. Но давайте будем говорить от 12 до 15 миллионов в месяц.
Это для России много? Ну, чтобы у нас латышей
это для
было.
Это для России, но это один из крупнейших новостных сайтов в России. Вот.
В то же время у вас же есть все-таки еще некоторые медиа, которые также обеспечивают независимой информацией. Там «Дождь», «Настоящее время», еще, наверное, другие.
«Новая газета».
«Новая газета», да. Как вы как-то содействуете вместе?
Да, конечно. Главный редактор «Новой газеты» Дмитрий Муратов 2 года назад попросил меня принять участие в создании так называемого синдиката 100. Синдикат 100 – это 100 независимых изданий России, которые объединяются в свободную ассоциацию и помогают друг другу и публикациями, и обменом информацией и так далее. Правда, сейчас пока не 100 их, а 40, но 100 – это наша цель. Вот. И мы регулярно обмениваемся информацией, помогаем друг другу. И вот в нашей ситуации наши коллеги из регионов помогли нам, распространяя информацию о том, что «Медузе» нужна помощь. И мы публикуем. И тогда, когда мы собирали данные по ковид в России, региональные коллеги нам помогли, да, мы работаем вместе.
Это не конкуренция?
Нет, это не конкуренция. Вы понимаете, в российских условиях конкурировать, на нашем рынке есть некоторые обязательные условия для конкуренции. Мы конкурируем за время и внимание читателей, это валюта нашего рынка. Вот. И мы конкурируем за рекламные бюджеты. Но все-таки рекламный рынок России гораздо больше, чем мы можем освоить на сегодняшний момент. Поэтому пока это не конкуренция, а сотрудничество.
Правильно, мне кажется, что ситуация в России вот с информацией, особенно в журналистике, она становится все-таки хуже. То есть давление со стороны
давление
властей
растет.
Почему?
Давление растет.
Почему?
Россия взяла курс на самоизоляцию, Россия взяла курс на черно-белый мир, на биполярный мир. Хорошие мы, плохие они, это давно уже довольно-таки. Вот. Кроме всего прочего, в России за последний год произошло несколько региональных, довольно крупных протестных движений, как, например, в Хабаровске, в Екатеринбурге, на севере, там, где планировали построить гигантские мусорные полигоны. И, как мне кажется, власти довольно сильно испугались региональных протестов и начали довольно жестко закрывать информацию сначала о них, а потом случились протесты в Беларуси, а потом случились протесты в связи с попыткой отравления и с возвращением Алексея Навального, и с тем, что его посадили в тюрьму. Вот. И, собственно, вот этот вал протестов, в том числе не только в столицах, довольно сильно напугал власти. Кроме всего прочего, в этом году у нас выборы в Государственную Думу, а дела у «Единой России» не так хороши, как им хотелось бы. Вот все это комплекс целый причин, по которым давление на журналистику, конечно, усилилось очень сильно.
Но смотря в то же время на реакции общества, кажется, что общество не особенно волнуется об этом. Мы не видим.
Откуда вы знаете о реакции?
Ну, потому что, если бы хотя бы сравнить, что мы видели в конце прошлого года в Беларуси и то, что происходит, например, в России, не сравнить.
В чем дело? В Беларуси в этом случае это был Минск, это были акции, которые транслировались везде. А много ли вы интересуетесь протестами в Хабаровске, которые шли почти полгода? Это 3000 километров от вас или 7000, я уже, честно говоря, не помню, сколько, это очень далеко. Вот, и я не думаю, что это привлекает большое внимание. Или в Екатеринбурге, или, например, на севере, в Мурманской, Архангельской областях, где огромные, по тамошним меркам, если смотреть, сколько там живет население, это длительные, тяжелые протесты, связанные с тем, что Москва хочет строить там мусорные полигоны и сделать русский север помойкой. Вот. И местные активисты протестуют долго и тяжело. И значимыми. Людьми, в основном с женщинами. Очень хорошо, здесь не очень хорошо. Здесь поджали, здесь внесли в какие-то списки. Но вот это был сценарий номер 2. И, в общем-то, из многих российских медиа мы, выходящих внутри России и на русском языке, я имею в виду, мы, в общем, наиболее подготовлены к этому.
В каком-то образе, я понимаю, ваше желание есть, и то есть
да, конечно,
работать
конечно.
Будете, если не так, то по-другому.
Мы постараемся, избавляемся сейчас от всех. Росла, любит это. Хотят внести нас в список людей, которые вредят стране, потому что, согласно официальной официальной политике, Россия первой победила ковид.
Обеспечивает независимой информацией, там, дождь, настоящее время.
Информации и так далее. Правда, сейчас пока не 100 их, а 40, но 100 – это наша цель. Вот. И мы регулярно обмениваемся информацией, помогаем друг другу. И вот в нашей ситуации наши коллеги из регионов помогли нам, распространяя информацию о том, что «Медузе» нужна помощь. И мы публикуем. И тогда, когда мы собирали данные по ковид в России, региональные коллеги нам помогли, да, мы работаем вместе.
Это не конкуренция?
Нет, это не конкуренция. Вы понимаете, в российских условиях конкурировать, на нашем рынке есть некоторые обязательные условия для конкуренции. Мы конкурируем за время и внимание читателей, это валюта нашего рынка. Вот. И мы конкурируем за рекламные бюджеты. Но все-таки рекламный рынок России гораздо больше, чем мы можем освоить на сегодняшний момент. Поэтому пока это не конкуренция, а сотрудничество.
Правильно, мне кажется, что ситуация в России вот с информацией, особенно в журналистике, она становится все-таки хуже. То есть давление со стороны
давление
властей
растет.
Почему?
Давление растет.
Почему?
Россия взяла курс на самоизоляцию, Россия взяла курс на черно-белый мир, на биполярный мир. Хорошие мы, плохие они, это давно уже довольно-таки. Вот. Кроме всего прочего, в России за последний год произошло несколько региональных, довольно крупных протестных движений, как, например, в Хабаровске, в Екатеринбурге, на севере, там, где планировали построить гигантские мусорные полигоны. И, как мне кажется, власти довольно сильно испугались региональных протестов и начали довольно жестко закрывать информацию сначала о них, а потом случились протесты в Беларуси, а потом случились протесты в связи с попыткой отравления и с возвращением Алексея Навального, и с тем, что его посадили в тюрьму. Вот. И, собственно, вот этот вал протестов, в том числе не только в столицах, довольно сильно напугал власти. Кроме всего прочего, в этом году у нас выборы в Государственную Думу, а дела у «Единой России» не так хороши, как им хотелось бы. Вот все это комплекс целый причин, по которым давление на журналистику, конечно, усилилось очень сильно.
Но смотря в то же время на реакции общества, кажется, что общество не особенно волнуется об этом. Мы не видим.
Откуда вы знаете о реакции?
Ну, потому что, если бы хотя бы сравнить, что мы видели в конце прошлого года в Беларуси и то, что происходит, например, в России, не сравнить.
В чем дело? В Беларуси в этом случае это был Минск, это были акции, которые транслировались везде. А много ли вы интересуетесь протестами в Хабаровске, которые шли почти полгода? Это 3000 километров от вас или 7000, я уже, честно говоря, не помню, сколько. Это очень далеко. Вот. И я не думаю, что это привлекает большое внимание. Или в Екатеринбурге, или, например, на севере, в Мурманской, Архангельской областях, где огромные, по тамошним меркам, если смотреть, сколько там живет население, это длительные, тяжелые протесты, связанные с тем, что Москва хочет строить там мусорные полигоны и сделать русский север помойкой. Вот. И местные активисты протестуют долго и тяжело. Или, например, разлив, совершенно кошмарный, токсический, экологическая катастрофа, которую устроил Норильский никель. Все, что мы знаем об этом, то, что Норильский никель заплатит самую крупную в истории России компенсацию. Вы понимаете, какой ущерб был нанесен природе и людям этим разливом химических веществ? Просто, к сожалению, ведь люди черпают достаточно большое количество информации и из российского телевидения, которое об этом не говорит.
Но, например, арест Навального никаких особенных, ну, по крайней мере, тех ожидаемых протестов, которые многие говорили, не было.
Я не знаю, а чего вы ожидали? Чего вы ожидали? Вышло на улицы десятки тысяч человек по всей России. Более 100 городов участвовало в протестах. Разве это мало?
Ну, кажется, для России, которая там многомиллионное государство, нет.
Да, многомиллионное государство. Вы понимаете, что за последние 10 лет было принято очень много законов. И то, что люди вообще выходят, то, что люди не боятся выходить, это уже подвиг. Это уже очень смелый поступок. Потому что, ну, вы понимаете, то есть, например, вот у меня наши корреспонденты работали на всех протестах. Они были в специальных жилетах, со специальными бейджами, со специальными редакционными заданиями, с пресс-картами. И тем не менее, 3 из них были избиты. Потом они были задержаны, пошли в суд и были оштрафованы. Несмотря на наличие всех документов, несмотря на выполнение всех требований. И это люди, которые были в ярко-желтых жилетах с названием прессы. А людей избивают, бьют жестко. И перед тем, как были протесты, к людям приходят домой и выламывают двери. И в 7 часов раздается, или в 6 часов утра раздается звонок, тебя увозят в управление внутренних дел и проводят с тобой так называемые разъяснительные беседы, предупреждая активистов о том, что нельзя выходить и так далее. То есть на самом деле репрессии идут полным ходом. Мы просто очень плохо об этом знаем. Ну, и вы не должны знать, это наша повестка, слава богу. Вот. Но, тем не менее, репрессии идут полным ходом. И людям очень тяжело даются любые протесты, даже самые мирные. Последние протесты были за Алексея Навального, когда люди требовали пустить к нему врача. Ни одной урны не было перевернуто, ни одного стекла не было разбито. Люди вышли и мирно протестовали, требуя допустить врачей к больному человеку, который держит голодовку 3-ю неделю. Всего-навсего это были гуманитарные требования. Больше 1000 человек было арестовано. И все их дела сейчас в судах, и они все будут оштрафованы. Оправдательных приговоров по таким делам практически не бывает. Поэтому, смотря с чем сравнивать, если мы будем сравнивать с 91 годом, конечно, это маленькие протесты. Если мы посмотрим, в какой обстановке живет страна в 2021 году, то, что люди выходят, и выходят десятки тысяч, это правда много.
В такой ситуации есть ли вообще надежда на какие-то перемены?
Вы знаете, у меня надежды нет, но это не повод опускать руки и не делать свое дело. Выполняй свою работу, а дальше будет, что будет.
Ну, хочется же результат.
Нет.
Нет?
Результата нет, конечно. Ну, какой может быть результат? Ну что? Ну, как бы вот у нас результат такой, если так смотреть, то мы все когда-нибудь умрем. Ну, значит, наверное, зубы чистить не нужно.
Вы это делаете, потому что это как-то ваша миссия, обязанность? Ну, почему? Почему вы делаете то, что делаете?
Ну, конечно, это наша профессия. Ну, как бы это наш свободный выбор. Мы хотим заниматься.
Профессии можно менять тоже?
Нет, вы знаете, мы как бы решили, что мы пока можем, мы будем этим заниматься, просто потому что мы в 2014 году начали это издание ровно для того, чтобы сохранить себя в профессии и попытаться сохранить профессию для себя, вот, в том числе. И как бы опять же те люди, даже те люди, которые нас читают и не могут нас поддержать деньгами, это сотни тысяч, миллионы людей. Это стоит того, чтобы работать, конечно.
Но когда-то же какие-то перемены будут в России. Это тоже ясно.
Конечно, ну, понимаете, конечно, ясно, потому что, ну, как я говорю, что на борьбе с прогрессом цивилизации рушились. Это невозможно. Бороться с прогрессом и с течением времени невозможно. Это глупая борьба. Но есть некоторые очень упертые люди, которые пытаются бороться с ходом истории. И это довольно забавно наблюдать. Другое дело, что это время нашей жизни. Но, конечно, будут перемены. Конечно.
Вы думаете...
Только вы знаете, еще есть такое знаменитое стихотворение Николая Некрасова, написанное в XIX веке, которое заканчивается только вот жить в эту пору прекрасно, уж не придется ни мне, ни тебе. Вот, кажется, в последнее время у меня какое-то такое настроение, но это мое.
Но когда мы в прошлый раз с вами встречались несколько лет назад, у вас такое настроение не было.
Ну да, тяжелые времена настали. Все-таки по сравнению с тем, что было 5 лет назад, сейчас ситуация в стране очень тяжелая. И законы, которые были приняты за это время по ограничению свободы слова, по ограничению прав и свобод граждан, ну, например, мы вот сейчас прекрасно понимаем, что начался процесс, и через месяц, скорее всего, Фонд борьбы с коррупцией Алексея Навального будет признан экстремистской организацией. А это означает, что Алексей Навальный из оппозиционного политика превращается в главу экстремистской организации и получит свои 10 лет тюрьмы. Вот. А люди, которые давали ему деньги, не смогут избираться даже в муниципальные органы власти. Вот. И в этом смысле Дума нарушает даже конституционные как бы основы, давая обратный ход закону. Но тем не менее, ну да, к сожалению, сейчас ситуация ухудшается, как бы мрак сгущается. Ну ничего, посмотрим, когда-нибудь это закончится.
Но то, что вы говорите, в принципе, означает, что вы думаете, вот Латвия сейчас станет вашим вторым домом, ну, на всю жизнь. Где-то так.
Я ничего не могу планировать. Я не планировала 6 лет назад. Мы говорили себе, что мы приехали сюда поработать. Если вы помните, мы так вот говорили о том, что мы приехали сюда поработать. Сейчас, конечно, становится очевидным, что возвращаться нам некуда. Вот. Ну, посмотрим. Не знаю, я стараюсь не загадывать. Вот. День прожили, спланировали на картке. Знаете, я была 2 года назад или 3 года назад уже, я была на прекрасном фестивале, который назывался Aspen Ideas Festival. Есть такое издание The Atlantic. И издатель этого журнала, значит, собирает такой фестиваль идей. Вот. Он сам выступал на открытии этого фестиваля и рассказывал про свой тяжелый жизненный опыт. Он был известным радиоведущим в Америке, потом потерял голос на 10 лет. Совсем. И лишился своей профессии. Вот. У него был рак, и он тяжело очень болел. Вот. И он говорит, что я вывел вот только одну важную формулу, что когда наступают тяжелые времена, нельзя планировать надолго. Нужно самому себе сказать, вот я смогу так выдержать вот такую жизнь день и жить этот день как последний. И потом следующий день. То есть мелкие кусочки легче глотать. Нужно нарезать свою жизнь на более мелкие кусочки.
Если мы говорим про будущее и все-таки какие-то перемены, что как бы будет инициативой, началом этих перемен? То, что люди все-таки какое-то время не выдержат и восстанет, или то, что просто власть, не знаю, простите, Путин умрет, ну что-то так.
Вы знаете, никто не знает на самом деле, что может быть триггером перемен, да? То есть причины, понятно, причина всегда одна: раскол элит и новое поколение, которое требует участия в общественной и политической жизни. Так всегда бывает. Вырастает новое поколение, которому тесно становится в отведенных ему рамках, которое требует себе больших прав, больших свобод, большего участия в жизни, и раскол элит, который так или иначе должен произойти. Это то, что касается причин. А если говорить про триггер, про то, что может послужить спусковым крючком, что угодно, несправедливый приговор или итоги выборов, как это было в 2011 году, или как это было в Беларуси точно так же, да, наглая фальсификация выборов, может быть все что угодно. Другое дело, что глубинные причины всегда одни и те же. Геронтократия, да, люди, которые засиделись у власти, у которых нет новых идей, и которые хотят сохранить эту власть любой ценой. Они не хотят сменяемости власти. И рано или поздно это приводит к тому, что происходит социальный взрыв.
Вы думаете, президент Путин будет у власти до конца жизни своей?
К сожалению, я думаю, да. Я думаю, что они постараются удержать власть любой ценой.
И люди с этим как-то смириться.
Ну, если мы задумаемся, то поймем, что сейчас Путин находится у власти дольше, чем находился Леонид Ильич Брежнев, который, как вы знаете, просто стал, так сказать, таким символом долгого нахождения у власти в абсолютном маразме. Да? Вот. Ну, как бы Путин уже дольше правит, чем Брежнев.
Ну и люди, ну, во время Брежнева люди посмеялись, ну и что, ну ничего. И
Вы
так
знаете,
и здесь.
сейчас тоже начали смеяться. И это то, что меня обнадеживает, потому что до тех пор, пока боятся, ничего не происходит. Когда уже начинают смеяться, они не боятся. Потому что официальная кличка у него теперь дед. Дед там с ума сошел. Вот. И как бы это нормально абсолютно. Человеку почти 70, пора задуматься.
И все-таки я слышу до сих пор все время одно и то же. Ну, пока Путин, хотя бы мы знаем, ну, нравится, не нравится, но стабильность. А когда он уйдет, кто его знает, будет только хуже. Эта мысль все же
вы знаете,
живет.
Конечно, живет. Конечно, людям хочется стабильности, всем хочется стабильности. Но мы же прекрасно понимаем, что стабильность – это стагнация. Вот течет Даугава, да, довольно быстро течет. И там, где как бы течение останавливается, там что? Там все зацветает и закисает. И потом начинает гнить. Там, где идет течение, где все меняется, там идет какая-то жизнь. Да, очень хочется, чтобы была стабильность, но в жизни так не бывает.
Но вы допускаете, что если что-то произойдет, то есть смена власти, ну, кто его знает, да, как вы говорите, президент уже не новый, молодой, что может эта перемена быть очень такая, не знаю, жестокой, кровавой, хаотичной?
Вы знаете, я не знаю, честно говоря. Мне просто кажется, что да, такое возможно, очень хочется этого избежать. И очень хочется не быть свидетелем этого. Но это не от нас зависит, к сожалению. Это не от нас зависит. Понимаете, в чем дело? За последние годы, если раньше те люди, которые были вокруг Путина, это были в основном очень богатые люди, основной целью и задачей которых в моих глазах, опять же, было личное обогащение и рост капитала, да, то сейчас огромное количество силовиков в стране. Посмотрите, ведь в России есть не только полиция, не только Следственный комитет, не только разведка, не только ФСБ, но еще есть Росгвардия. Это вообще неизвестно что. Есть Следственный комитет, есть прокуратура. То есть силовиков очень много. Конечно, начнется борьба за власть. Конечно, это люди, которые привыкли решать проблемы силовыми методами, и это очень печально. Но это, опять же, итог правления господина Путина. Ничего больше. Это он вырастил такое количество силовиков. От кого он защищается? Ну, наверное, от очень грозной и большой Латвии. Как сосед.
Es tikai klausītājiem atgādināšu, ka mums šī ir saruna ar portāla Medūza ģenerāldirektori Gaļinu Timčenko.
Raidījums Krustpunktā.
Беря во внимание то, что очень большой интерес в последние дни, особенно опять про Белоруссию, хочу немножко об этом тоже. То, что произошло в прошлом году в Белоруссии, у вас был сюрприз?
Нет. Нет.
Вы знали, что там такая ситуация
уже? Нет, мы не знали, но дело все в том, что очень похожий сценарий. Очень грубая фальсификация выборов, очень долго находится человек у власти, и как бы он теряет связь с реальностью, и в тот момент, когда они, посмеиваясь, разрешили Светлане Тихановской зарегистрироваться, ну, жена, ничего не будет. Мы вот тогда сидели на собрании редакционном, я сказала, вот сейчас все и начнется, потому что это как раз то, что в России называется умным голосованием, за кого угодно, только против Единой России. Понимаете? И точно так же это протестное голосование вынесло, эта волна вынесла потрясающих людей, смелых, умных, инициативных. И, собственно, больше ничего не нужно было. Появились символы протеста, и начался протест. И вот люди очень устали от лжи, и люди очень устали от репрессий. Вот. Другое дело, что Белоруссия небольшая страна по сравнению с Россией, с мононациональным фактически населением. Вот. Это не как в России 100 национальностей живет, да, и никогда невозможно сравнить там Вологду и Краснодар. Да? Вот. Поэтому для нас не было сюрпризом протеста. Для нас было неожиданностью, насколько единым, насколько мирным, чистым и честным был этот протест. И как жестоко, и как отвратительно, грубо с ним расправились. Вот, конечно, я не ожидала такого. Наш специальный корреспондент попал в следственный изолятор на Крестина, был задержан, арестован, избит, его мучили. Вот. И то, что он рассказал потом, и то, что он там видел, это, поверьте, это очень страшно.
Ну, смотря на Беларусь, не знаю, какие уроки можно извлечь. Первый, то, что таким мирным протестом ничего достичь нельзя, да?
Не знаю, честно сказать, не знаю. Очень многие люди склоняются к таким вещам, но, как мне кажется, не совсем так. Я, может быть, ошибусь, но я хочу сказать, что если бы в Беларуси, например, действительно началась всеобщая забастовка, если бы рабочие заводов и фабрик и экономика встала, то, скорее всего, возможно было бы добиться каких-то перемен.
Слишком мало было, да?
Да, да. То есть экономическое давление тоже имеет значение. Не обязательно склоняться в сторону агрессии. Если бы действительно началась всеобщая забастовка, я думаю, Лукашенко ушел. Ему бы пришлось уйти.
Ну, со своей стороны Путин посмотрел на то, что происходит в Беларуси, и тоже понял, да, что так нельзя.
Да, да.
Надо сразу жестче действовать.
Ну вот
да.
чего не отнять, того не отнять, и Россия быстро учится плохому.
Есть ли какая-то надежда для белорусов?
Ну, вы знаете, пока я вижу вот эти объятия в стиле «Титаника» на Черноморском побережье, когда два престарелых мужчины нежно обнимают друг друга и заверяют друг друга в полной любви и поддержке. При всем при этом каждый обманывал друг друга не один раз.
The Ford F-150
Of
Lightning
profits,
revealed a few
which may
days
be
ago
slow to
some really
move and
decent
even slower to
competitors.
regenerate energy, but
Но вцепились они друг к другу мертвой хваткой. Пока Путин будет поддерживать, боюсь, что надежды мало.
То, что аналитики говорят, что, в принципе, Лукашенко сейчас должен отдавать и продавать Белоруссию.
Да,
Путину.
но Лукашенко тоже чуть хитрее, чем, он всегда много обещает и никогда ничего.
Не так легко все будет, да?
Да, не так легко. Белоруссия не упадет Путину как подарок точно.
Я хочу немножко спросить о международной реакции на все. Ну, наверное, сначала о Беларуси, потом о России тоже. Когда посадили этот самолет, вроде Запад как-то так очень болезненно это воспринял на сей раз. Как вы оцениваете эту международную реакцию на все эти происшествия?
Мне кажется, что это адекватная реакция, потому что действия Лукашенко были абсолютно неадекватны. Представляете, летит самолет, в котором 400 мирных граждан с помощью боевого истребителя сажают самолет только потому, что на его борту находится парень, который вел телеграм-канал. Что? Правда? То есть какие силы были задействованы, какому риску подверглись мирные граждане только для того, чтобы задержать одного редактора телеграм-канала. Понимаете? То есть подвергнуты риску сотни жизней. И Европейский Союз абсолютно обоснованно сказал: так, стоп, вот сейчас уже прям совсем все неправильно. Мне кажется, что реакция Евросоюза была адекватной.
Может ли что-то Европа и Америка как-то повлиять на поведение Лукашенко?
Не знаю, честно сказать. Из меня не очень хороший политик-прогнозист. Я скорее описываю события, чем предугадываю их. Я, честно сказать, не знаю.
Вам не жаль, что должно произойти что-то такое особенное? Где же раньше, как говорится, международное общество? Потому что журналистика, в принципе, в Беларуси уже особенно последние недели, еще перед этим самолетом, там же как бы жестче еще,
Все
чем...
совсем плохо было, да.
Да.
Все совсем было плохо. Ну, вы понимаете, в чем дело? Ну, как бы жизнь приучила меня к тому, что вообще-то нужно надеяться на собственные силы. Знаете, такой корейский принцип — опираться на собственные силы. Но как бы если есть поддержка, это очень хорошо. Если ее нет, невозможно на это рассчитывать, правда. Это должно быть как бы дополнительным условием, но никак не необходимым. Как бы действительно операции рассчитывать нужно только на собственные силы. Если придет помощь снаружи, это хорошо. Евросоюз большой, интересов много, стран много, бюрократия колоссальная. Но мы же как бы не первый день на свете живем. Мы прекрасно понимаем, что даже для того, чтобы собрать такую реакцию, нужны сверхусилия и так быстро. Да? Поэтому я совершенно не сторонник резких оценок или сказать, где же вы раньше были. Занимались своими делами. Вообще-то ковид на дворе. Вообще-то никак не можем договориться даже по вакцинации. Да? А уж что говорить о таких вещах? Ну, тяжело, правда. Все вообще в мире дается не очень легко. Вот, особенно вот в наше время. Поэтому, ну что, мы же как бы... Можно быть идеалистом, это очень выгодная позиция. Популист, идеалист, да? Где были раньше? Стучать кулаком, кричать. Но это не конструктивно.
Но в то же время с Путиным, кажется, или с Россией как-то Запад играет какой-то танго, танцует, все-таки старается там найти что-то еще, подружить, что-то там, какие-то интересные совместные надо поддерживать.
Я тоже в этом смысле спокойно отношусь, потому что, как бы мы же не воюем все-таки. Понятно, что если можно найти хоть какой-то базис для конструктивных отношений, нужно пытаться его искать до последнего. Иначе зачем нужны политики? Тогда вы были только армией.
Посмотрю, что здесь люди нам тоже что-то пишут, или как они комментируют то, что происходит. Как вы оцениваете то, что осужденных посылают, чтобы они в Сибири строили железную дорогу? То есть в России, если...
Сказать, что я в ужасе, не сказать ничего. То есть я когда прочла эту новость, сначала я прочла колонку, это РИА Новости опубликовали колонку о том, что ГУЛАГ – это очень эффективный социальный лифт. Да? У меня, честно сказать, я очень долго сидела и хлопала глазами, я думала, что я не верю своим глазам. То есть, с одной стороны, мы знаем, что, например, в России там закрывались музеи ГУЛАГа и открывались музеи ГУЛАГа страны, да, то есть, которые прославляли тюремщиков. Ну, там, например, в Перми, да. Мы знаем прекрасно, что таблички, такой есть проект «Последний адрес», это на домах, откуда уводили людей, в сталинские времена вешают табличку, что здесь жили такие люди, что люди, которые организаторы этих акций, сталкиваются постоянно с противодействием. Мы знаем, что пытаются ставить Сталину памятники, и до сих пор как бы почему-то имя этого положения
manas studijās būs par ko runāt, par to es nešaubos, bet kā pat
не было здесь в Риге с момента приезда. Но вот это как раз тоже такая интрига, как они будут выглядеть, а то, что они в большинстве будут выходить, ну в этом сомнений нет никаких.
Звено Каменева вновь у нас начинает период. На этот раз шведы выигрывают стартовое выбрасывание, так же, как и в первой 20-минутке. И первая передача под нашу синюю линию. Форден забрасывает шайбу в нашу зону. Туда идет бороться Каменев. Удастся ли отобрать шайбу? В общем и целом, нет, пока не удается. Пока она у шведов. Ну вот, только не привозить ее на собственный пятачок. Здесь показывают наши ребята, что было удаление на Каменеве, что его цепляли. Но судьи пропустили этот эпизод, во всяком случае, никак не отреагировали. Нестеров на швейцара Говова не был готов. Каменев к приему шайбы. Нет положения вне игры. Тимкин одной ногой был в средней зоне. Каменев. Удастся ли оставить шайбу в зоне? Да, удается, но вот только подобрать бы ее теперь. Гавриков устремляется к дальнему борту. И здесь не попадает толком по шайбе. В итоге шведы с колоссальным трудом, но из зоны выходят. Проворов. Гавриков. Гавриков забрасывает шайбу в зону. Слепышев будет первым. Слепышев на Воронкова. Шайба скакнула перед Воронковым. И теперь шведы в контратаке.
Кемп без шайбы, да, и вот Ракель появился обратно уже под своим 67-м номером, то есть в своей уже привычной форме. Вот там кусок периода он отбегал в таком как бы предсезонном немножко варианте. Но сейчас снова соответствует статусу. А шайба Григоренко в этот момент. Здесь к синей линии он поднялся. Ну и дальше пока на Орлова передача. Дмитрий бросает, подставляется тут из-под этот бросок. И шайба уже за ворота уходит. Там Соренсон. Бурдасов его преследует. Ну, здесь шведы выходят.
Успели мы смениться. Теперь шведам надо меняться. Да, что они и делают. Зуб. Ну и шведская смена тоже проходит для них без приключений. Шайба в средней зоне. Каменев забрасывает ее дальше в зону. И вновь мы идем бороться. Ну, этот вариант проходит, поскольку мы успеваем добраться до шайбы. Но главное здесь не попадать под шведские контратаки. Нестеров. Дальше на Бурдасова. Но опережают его шведы. Задоров. Вот теперь уже шведская. Позиционная атака, передача на защитника. И бросок в сторону ворот Самонова. Главное не нарушать. Тут Нестерову, как на грани фола сейчас действовал. Отобрали шайбу. Бурдасов дотащил до красной линии. И смена у нас может пройти. Сейчас Тарасенко уже поменялся, вышел Толчинский. Вот на него следовала передача, и Толчинский не успел отправить шайбу в шведскую зону. Ну, сейчас немного сумбурно проходят последние 2 минуты.
Нестеров за воротами, и здесь Задоров сейчас на Морозова. И Иван не удержал шайбу в средней зоне. А вот здесь Толчинский. Поборолись, забрали шайбу все-таки. Иван Морозов на Нестерова. Никита вбрасывает вперед, и появляется у нас Павел Пернаухов на площадке вместо Морозова. Но там Барабанов в этот момент пытался шайбу себе заполучить, не вышло. Линдхольм вбрасывает ее вперед. Ну и там борьба. Расмуссен у борта. Гавриков его прижимает. Линдберг подъехал. Проворов силовой и Толчинский. Дальше уже вперед. Пернаухов не сумел выйти из зоны. Здесь бросок тоже не очень получился у шведского защитника. И шайба там уже за нашими воротами. Барабанов назад вынужден вернуть.
Проворов. Пернаухов. Движение обыграл одного из шведов. Уперся во второго. Но смена у нас идет. И шайба в шведской зоне. Теперь шведы могут начинать атаку сходу. Передача вновь на брос шайбу в зону. Орлов. Здесь Роговой. Через короткий пас не удалось выйти из зоны. Получает шайбу швед Роговой. Ускоряется Каменев, но не удается точный бросок. Тимкин, Каменев. Тут у Каменева есть пространство и бросок Зуба. И у Зуба тоже бросок не вышел. В итоге шайба вновь покидает зону сборной Швеции. Много моментов для бросков и во втором периоде у сборной России. Орлов. Передача под дальнюю сильную. По-моему, коснулся шайбы. Да, Григоренко. Нет проброса.
Ну, кроме шведов, собственно, никто и не пытался в этот проброс поверить. Ну, а вот здесь удается зацепиться. Григоренко, Слепышев и Антон тут у борта. Нашел Воронкова, а вот Дмитрий уже шайбу эту не сумел сохранить. Ракель дальше на Кемпе. Слепышев того преследует. Кемпе сам пошел и сам бросал с острого угла. Самонов на месте. Здесь борьба у борта. Слепышев.
Кемпе здорово отобрал шайбу. Сейчас и шведская контратака. Бросок в ближний. Подставил клюшку Нестеров. Шайба ушла за пределы площадки. Вбрасывания.
Маркус Соренсен бросал поворотом. Одноклубника Александра Барабанова по Сан-Хосе Шаркс. Ну и, да, вот его статистика здесь на этом турнире. Всего 4 очка. Но я уже говорил, у шведов лучший бомбардир на этом турнире. Это защитник Хенрик Томернес.
На льду сейчас, кстати.
Да, и он набрал 5. При том, что у шведов Никс Лунквист еще один защитник. Он молодой парень, 20 лет. Ему очень хороший чемпионат Швеции. В этом сезоне у него получился. И он за первые 3 матча набрал 5 очков за результативные передачи. И вот только Томернес его только настиг вот в предыдущей игре. Но Лунквист получил травму в матче со швейцарцами. И, соответственно, без него шведы дальше идут по этому турниру.
Вышла шайба из зоны. Ну и не даем мы сейчас шведам. Ну не должен дать Задоров. Да, комфортно владеть шайбой. Да, сам ее отбирает. Помогает Морозов и контратака сборной России. Здесь не совсем точная передача, но Тарасенко останавливается. Хороший пас на Морозова. Бросок Морозова, и Рей де Боer не справляется. Ну, поскольку с такого угла при габаритном вратаре трудно было обыграть. Но так или иначе вбрасывание мы зарабатываем. А пас у Тарасенко вышел очень красивый. Посмотрите еще раз. Сразу же пространство у Морозова появилось. Ну, выкатился Рей де Боer и сократил угол, насколько возможно. Пернаухов на точке. Ведем борьбу. Толчинский помог выиграть вбрасывание. Снова он с шайбой нет. Барабанов за воротами. Толчинский. Вновь мы в позиционном нападении. Барабанов. Обыграл своего опекуна. Не удается пока полностью стряхнуть шведа.
Да, Лоренс Пилот, представляющий Челябинский трактор, преследовал Барабанова. Но шайбу мы пока сохранили. Барабанов здесь уже на синий. Проворов, бросок мимо ворот, шайба прилетает слева. Кто-нибудь успеет. Ну, там Расмуссен первым оказался. Шайбу себе все-таки мы вернули, но приходится с ней в свою собственную зону возвращаться. И отсюда уже заново мы сейчас будем что-то придумывать. Проворов на Толчинского. Сергей дальше в направлении Барабанова. Тот не сумел пробраться к этой шайбе в борьбе с Фроденом. Ну, шведы вышли из зоны. Линкольн. Здесь
Орлов. Да, оставил шайбу Зубу. Каменев. Пошли в зону. Орлов. только через борт. Здесь проходила передача Швец. Роговой, Зуб, Каменев. Вновь получается у нас владеть шайбой в зоне сборной Швеции, но пока шведам хватает функциональной готовности, чтобы успевать за нашими нападающими. Передача назад на Орлова. Орлов бросает на подставление высоко, слишком шайба пошла. Здесь Каменев.
Вот несмотря на такие отрезки позиционных атак, в зоне сборной Швеции пока к воротам мы в этом периоде практически не можем пробиться. То есть те моменты, которые у нас были в первом периоде, там у Слепышева и у Тарасенко, вот во втором периоде пока такого ничего нет. Хотя вот так мы вроде бы возим. Вот сейчас Орлов, ну вот хоть какой-то бросок. И подбор также за нашей командой.
Мы уже сменили звено за это время. Орлов. Вышло звено Воронкова. Орлов. Все, шведы уже ближе, так все на прямых ногах. Уже, как говорят в таких случаях, подустала шведская пятерка. Вышел Нестеров. Григоренко. Слепышев. Нестеров. Слепышев. Посмотрите, встали шведы. Вот так, как бывает всегда во вторых периодах. Передача назад на синюю линию. Нестеров не стал бросать. Григоренко бросает. Подбираем отскок. Воронков. Еще раз Воронков. Не точно, к сожалению. Но оставляет Григоренко шайбу в зоне. Не сменится никак пока шведам. Мы вторую сейчас, в принципе, можем смену провести. Бурдасов.
Антон контролирует шайбу. И у нас там уже Тарасенко вышел. Воронков пока остался еще шайбой за воротами. Бурдасов снова здесь у левого борта. Тарасенко. Мы продолжаем кружить. Бурдасов. Но пока вот чуть больше хотелось бы, может быть, опасностей. Воронков бросал, не попал. Вот бросок Бурдасова. Рейдеборн ловит шайбу. И шведы добывают для себя живительную паузу.
Екатерина Великая сама выбирала, на какого фаворита ей сделать ставку и выиграть. В Лиге ставок у вас тоже всегда будет выбор. Здесь множество спортивных событий с выгодными коэффициентами. Лига ставок. Ставить наша традиция.
Внимание! Полисорб. Всегда с тобой. От отравления, аллергии, похмелья. Пора пить Полисорб.
Балтика-7 безалкогольная. Официальный партнер национальной сборной России по хоккею. К матчу готовы.
У любви к хоккею нет границ. Неважно где мы. На трибунах, в дороге или дома. Наша любовь воплотилась в серии «Шкода Хоккей Эдишн». Хоккей – наша игра. «Шкода» – официальный главный спонсор чемпионата мира по хоккею.
Так, сборная России продолжает просто висеть сейчас уже на воротах шведского голкипера Адама Рейдеборна. Преимущество большое, игровое, может быть, не так много острых моментов, но доминирует наша команда. Пока не можем забить, 0-1 проигрываем. Морозов на точке, проиграли, к сожалению, выбрасывание. Гавриков сохранил шайбу в зоне шведов. Тарасенко. Передача назад. Ну нет, слишком рискованный был пас от Тарасенко на Проворова. Проворов успеет, конечно, к этой шайбе. Но вышли мы из зоны. Бежим обратно сразу же. Бурдасов, Тарасенко. Первый бросок Тарасенко и в створ.
Ну так, пока будем считать, что пристреливается Владимир. Там был момент у него в первом периоде, но это все-таки было так, в рамках борьбы подворотный такой. Сейчас вот уже начинает показывать Владимир свой бросок. Ну, может быть, почаще будем его видеть дальше, в следующие минуты. Но пока шайба в нашей зоне. Соренсон. Кемпе в борьбе с Морозовым упал на лед. Удаления нет.
Да, я сразу посмотрел на обоих арбитров. Тарасенко аккуратно выбрасывает шайбу. И меняются у нас. Двое успевают поменяться, трое нет. Шведы в нашей зоне. Ракель. Нет, отсюда не стал бросать. А здесь что? Здесь Проворов и Карнаухов. Продолжаем вести борьбу в нашей зоне. Теперь, чтобы не сложилась похожая ситуация, надо отбирать шайбу. Ну вот, шведы нам сами помогли. Проброс. Будет ли проброс? Нет, не будет проброса. А значит, мы сменили состав. Линкольн направо.
Дальше Пудос на Линдберга. Расмуссен. Там в углу Барабанов у него за спиной. Линкольн на синий останавливает шайбу Селгрен. Дальбек. Набросы там опасно. Перед воротами Линкольн один остался. Самонов сражается против него и забирает все-таки шайбу себе. Наш вратарь Александр Самонов сейчас, ну, так непросто было ему. Тем не менее справился.
В походе на Византию на князя Олега мало кто ставил. Но он сделал дерзкий ход, а хозяева не смогли защитить свои ворота. Мы всегда делали смелые ставки и побеждали. Лига ставок. Ставить — наша традиция.
Балтика-7 безалкогольная. Официальный партнер национальной сборной России по хоккею. К матчу готовы.
Внимание! Полисорб. Всегда с тобой. От отравления, аллергии, похмелья. Пора пить Полисорб.
У любви к хоккею нет границ. Неважно где мы. На трибунах, в дороге или дома. Наша любовь воплотилась в серии «Шкода Хоккей Эдишн». Хоккей — наша игра. «Шкода» — официальный главный спонсор чемпионата мира по хоккею.
Выбрасывание у ворот Александра Самонова. 9 минут 49 секунд до конца второго периода. По-прежнему 0-1. Шведы оберегают единственную заброшенную свою шайбу. Сборная России пытается изменить даже не характер игры, а именно счет на табло. Вновь Каменев выигрывает вбрасывание. Шайба достается шведам, но через борт. Назад на защитника. Дальбек. И снова через борт. Ну, здесь шайба выскакивает к Тимкину. Тимкин вперед. Обратная передача. Тимкин входит в зону. 2-1 атака. И не успел, и не смог, или не успел сделать Тимкин эту передачу. Хорошо сыграл защитник. Перекрыл там направление этого паса. А бросать уже с угла никакого не оставалось. Ну и теперь смена у нас. Хотя Каменев шайбу отбирает. Ему уже тоже пора меняться. Вот сейчас он только едет на смену. Выходит на лед Михаил Григоренко с товарищами. Здесь махнул мимо шайбы Гавриков. И Проворов его страхует. Слепышев. У него есть пространство, есть скорость. Слепышев. Слепышев. Ой-ой-ой. Ну тут Антон-то не виноват.
И сейчас...
Да, но там Рейдеборну сейчас очень-очень плохо. Закладывал вираж Слепышев, но он там спровоцировал его на это столкновение защитник. Все ли в порядке с вратарем, сейчас поймем. Очень жесткое столкновение.
Ну и заодно надо понять, будут ли какие-то удаления сейчас выписаны, потому что Антон так, конечно, просто прямо как ехал, так и ехал в Рейдеборн. Потом понятно, что там шведы начали заступаться за голкипером. Ну, давайте посмотрим. Слепышев здесь сам пытается уйти от защитника. И...
Нет, ну после столкновения с Вингерли, собственно, какие варианты у Слепышева были? Он ехал вдоль ворот в этой ситуации, да, его просто толкнул на собственного вратаря Вингерли.
Ну, сейчас там, пока мы смотрим повтор, на самом деле здесь еще ворота сдвинуты, и их вот до сих пор еще не вернули на место. Но так я смотрю, арбитры никого не удаляют. Все остаются на площадке 5 на 5 минут. Еще раз этот эпизод. Там понятно, что уже за капитана начали наши партнеры всыпаться. Там и Григоренко, и Воронков, естественно, подъехали. Юхан Гарпенлёв, ну, понятно. Юхан Гарпенлёв требует еще одного большинства для своей команды. Но не удается это большинство выпросить.
Кстати, мы не представили же арбитров. Эндрю Брюгемен и из Соединенных Штатов Америки Оливье Гуэн из Канады обслуживают эту встречу.
Да, они судили нас со Швейцарией.
Да. И Николя Константино, француз, и Брайан Оливер, американец. Это два лайнсмена. Они тоже были в этой встрече. Полностью вся судейская бригада точно такая же. У нас звено Морозова на льду. Никаких изменений состава численных на льду нет. Морозов на точке.
Я, кстати, сейчас вспомнил, со Швейцарией-то в концовке там арбитры вообще перестали удалять. Хотя, казалось, и в ту, и в другую сторону. Ну, там были такие моментики, когда можно было что-то давать. Так что сейчас опасно могло быть. Гавриков набрасывал, Тарасенко подставлял. Но я к тому, что, возможно, арбитры сегодня так будут давать играть.
А вот сейчас контратака очень опасная. Проворов оставляет 1 в 1 игрока сборной Швеции против Самонова. И тот выручает, и обратная ситуация возникает.
И сейчас мы все-таки получим, видимо, 2 минуты
за выброс шайбы.
Да. Там уже у нас с пятака защитник выбрасывал шайбу и немножко перестарался. Гарпенлёв тоже так в ожидании. Или не дадут?
Нет, судя по всему, нет.
Ну, давайте посмотрим момент тогда еще раз. Фриберг видит, что Проворов оставляет его против Самонова, а и сквозь Самонова эта шайба проходит, и дальше уже в спину вратарю бросает Фриберг. Но тут уже в наши ворота влетает и Вингерли, и кто там, еще кто-то Морозов, да, по-моему. И Тарасенко, кстати говоря, шайбу выбрасывал уже потом. И вот так, ну, для этого мы уже не видим. Мы видим, что здесь, конечно, очень опасный момент.
И в этом случае арбитры решили никого не удалять.
Нет, но если мы про выброс шайбы говорим, значит, она просто на скамейку, эта шайба улетела.
Ну, скорее всего, так и было.
Не перелетела через стекло. Вот понятно, что там какие-то зацепы, можно там думать иногда, дать или не дать. А когда шайба улетает, тут уже ничего не поделаешь, надо давать. А здесь, значит, она просто, может, через скамейку прилетела, но не через стекло.
Зуб не сумел сразу вывести шайбу, но со второй попытки получилось. Барабанов, не понял Барабанов Толчинского или наоборот. И контратаку получаем мы на наши ворота. Толчинский. Можно отдать вперед. Да, передача на Барабанова. Барабанов сам идет вперед. Доехал до угла площадки. И шайбу потерял. Но, правда, мы еще поборемся здесь за нее. Вот теперь шведы в контратаке. 2 в 2. И вот третий приехал. Бросок не точно. Нестеров. Зуб. Нет проброса. Мне кажется, я давно не видел на льду Орлова. Да и Зуб играет в паре с Нестеровым сейчас.
Нет, ну Зуб-то ушел, вот Задоров вышел.
Ну, значит, все в порядке. А вот сейчас проброс?
Да, проброс. У шведов? Хотя нет, я думаю, что Орлов сейчас появится.
Ну, да, я надеюсь, что я ошибся.
У нас не выходил Ажиганов, он сегодня в качестве 7-го защитника, соответственно, у нас с появлением Орлова и возвращением Зуба присели Рафиков и Дронов. Но пока Ажиганов в качестве 7-го на лед еще не выходил ни разу. У Эмиля Галимова одна смена на 22 секунды, он там вместо Тимкина вышел в первом периоде один раз.
То есть получается, у нас полностью НХЛовская сейчас бригада обороны, 6 НХЛовцев.
Да, получается, что так. Ну и Ажиганов.
Да, тоже поиграл.
Поигравший, да, но сейчас игрок СКА, но пока он и не выходит. Нестеров запустил от синей линии. Рейдеборн забрал шайбу себе в ловушку. И тут Тимкин подъехал, там еще немного потолкались. Швец Роговой, он даже вроде ничего такого не делал, он просто приехал и встал туда. И Тимкин, в общем-то, он ничего даже вроде не говорит, не толкает, он просто приезжает и встает.
Да, примерно на голову он выше, чем пилот.
А все-таки удаление будет. И обоюдное на этот раз. Тимкина и пилота арбитры отправляют.
Ну вот арбитры по одному сегодня удаляют меньше, чем...
Ну, один раз только удалили зубы, да, за грубость, а так вот уже второе обоюдное.
Морозов, Тарасенко, Нестеров, Задоров. Вот такое сочетание сейчас у нас на льду. Где вбрасывание? Показывает судья, что в правом круге будет вбрасывание. Морозов встает на точку.
Перлинхельм против него. Перлинхельм сейчас подписал контракт с казанским Акбарсом. Так он играл в Шлефсе. Ну вот новичок казанской команды. Так что, если болельщики Акбарса смотрят этот матч или этот чемпионат мира, знакомьтесь. 17 номер будет играть в следующем году, в следующем сезоне за Акбарс.
Задоров на Тарасенко. Есть перед Владимиром пространство. Тарасенко. Передача назад. Задоров. Нестеров. Нет, не стал Никита сразу бросать. Перевел шайбу на Бурдасова. Мы уже поменяем на сочетание. Но, к сожалению, Бурдасов шайбу потерял. И здесь тоже... Нет, не будет проброса. Да, судья сначала поднял руку, а потом, естественно, передумал, поскольку передача была вполне по правилам выполнена. Задоров. Григоренко. И теперь ждет Григоренко, пока партнеры поддержат атаку. Бурдасов. Григоренко. Бурдасов. Можно сыграть назад на защитника. Ну, 4 на 4 у нас пока не очень получается. Что первый раз, что в этот. Сейчас вся шведская четверка бежит вперед. Передача на фланг. Ну, передача на счастье не точная. Проворов ее легко перехватывает. И можно попробовать нам контратаковать. Но некуда было делать эту передачу. Сам Проворов пошел вперед, отдал на Слепышева. Слепышев входит в зону. Снова закатывается за воротами. И передача Гаврикову. Григоренко. Побольше бы бросков. Бросок в дальний блином отбивает Рейдеборн. И Гаврикова здесь легко шайбу отобрали, но все-таки он помешал, насколько было возможно, Слепышев. Слепышев сегодня просто огромный объем работы, очень эффективно действует. Не удалось 1 в 1 Воронкова обыграть, но шайбу не потерял. Передача, Зуб бросает и попадает в Рейдеборна. Барабанов. Плохая передача на Орлову. Теперь Орлову надо ускориться, чтобы эту шайбу забрать. Но сейчас есть пространство перед Дмитрием. И его пас не очень точный, но Барабанов все-таки, я думаю, поборется здесь. А тем временем 5 минут остается играть. И в командах полных составах подключается Тимкин. Не доходит до него шайба, а вот теперь только он с ней. Шайба за воротами. Барабанов нет. Эта передача перехватывается. И вот теперь шведы наконец-то получают шайбу во владение. Вот вроде бы территориальное преимущество нашей команды есть. И игры в чужой зоне есть много. А вот бросков по воротам мало. Ну и этот бросок тоже для Самонова простой.
«20 лет яркого успеха. Оранж».
Балтика-7 безалкогольная. Официальный партнер национальной сборной России по хоккею. матчу готовы.
Хоккей — это не лед и не клюшки. Это люди. Мастерство — это люди. Все новые люди.
Внимание! Полисорб. Всегда с тобой. От отравления, аллергии, похмелья.